doing it's great. Outside the state that have been that are listening as well. Jump on NetLogger and then we'll go from there. But that I can at least put you on the log right now that are on there. So if anyone else wants to do that, we'll do those on Logger so that we keep the radio frequencies open to receive severe reports. We do have 3 warnings technically in the state still. So anyway, if you can do so and you are in that Arkadelphia area specifically and you see anything that is reportable with damage reports, if you hear anything from your local scanner, here, that'd be great. JC Net Control.
Skywar, step up.
Net Control in. I know you. Right, LUG. I'm just going to point out there was a question. No, that we're trying to answer. No.
Walmart left Portland and so did Cracker Barrel. They're leaving Portland.
Yeah. Nobody can work for them then.
Department of Justice sees Norfolk Southern overtrained derailment. Unbelievable.
Gosh. It's so obvious.
Poland is preparing to invade Belarus. That's not true. According to the Belarusian president, Lukashenko stated during his speech today that the West is planning to invade and destroy the country of Belarus, and that nuclear weapons are their only protection against the situation.
Sugar bag.
Okay, so but I'll put you on the log. KY 410.
Yeah, I got a report from one of my tenants in Maryland, Bowman Curve area. Trees, houses, and possible gas leaks. Just information.
Damage and possible gas leak, Bowman Curve in Maryland. Thank you very much. AA5 JC Net Control.
Net Control, this is K. I have our tracks into the complex on that road between Rodney Parham cantrip. At the valley of that hill, there's an apartment complex, and it's significant roof damage, deployment, and treatment. Clear and final.
And I ask for a situation report that are not. The cabin area. Been able to get a hold. It has a couple, but the one that same area has got another one that's in that direction right now. It's currently in Malvern, but it's in that direction still. But it might skirt a little. If anybody else is in that area that would like to go by and check it, we'll get back to JC. No.
Here, Golf. I have a comment.
Okay, wait 1, Delta Sierra station, go.
Whiskey 1 Delta cab. If he can pass me an address, I'd be glad to go by and.
Roger that. W5 LTM, go ahead and contact WDSE direct.
Okay, I-5 Mike Bravo for information on the cabin.
Mike Bravo, stand by. W5 LTM, are you here? The address is 70 Circle.
Roger. Copy that. You know,
My Bravo.
Kilo India 5 Bravo via the Echo Link. Stars, Peter, and there's three down 89 when you're coming out of when you hit the cap. So that second there, I don't know if that address per se is north of the Fort area, but if it's, there are trees down there. They're that control.
A5 JC.
KF.
Hello, India 5. No, Charlie.
Kilo Charlie. All right, you can check on my name.
Okay, I think we're good. I think we've got.
Net up.
Get back.
Sir, we the others issued for parts of Clark, Dallas, and Hot Springs 5 to Thursday. It was located over Wits or vehicle moving 55 miles an hour. So safe. Listen, which is there. AAOT.
Ron, that is a pretty impressive rotational couplet that showed up. It's ripping up. W5 orange.
Very good, very good. Hey, control, go ahead.
This is KI7CIM. I'm down here in Friendship now. I just get home safely, and on the way down, there was a strong wind. Had a lot of heavy. Major.
Hey, 5 JC.
So keep following information on the tornado that we see south of Philadelphia. So, between Gum and it's on off to the north and east, probably an hour. Just made out the southeast.
Rock has issued a severe thunderstorm for Prairie, Pulaski, White, and Woodruff counties till 5 p.m. This includes 60 mile an hour winds. Get to make sure I saw that right. A ping ball-sized hail. Locations Lithonia. Let's go. 5.
Sky went up.
LTN. W5 Lima. 5 Lima Tango. I was just calling back about, I forget the call sign earlier. The guy was going to do the welfare check. My parents out here for us, so you know, I'm 51 DS.
Direct. Clear.
Turn from one pocket to let everybody realize on this tornado on right now. It's just north of Arkadelphia and it's so you're looking at about 4. See what it is. But anyway, it's if you're in that area, take shelter immediately. And again, if you can do so safely, report what's going on out there. Thanks.
Speculate. Checking in today. Grant County has just been issued a thunderstorm.
Yeah, right. So possible with that severe thing. It's for
On 443.5, they were asking if anybody from Mount. It's past here. I'm not really seeing anything right now. Are you?
not sure if you or was it. I forgot who I was talking to. I was telling this severe thunderstorm warning. This includes bits of Granting and Sling GM. It does have, and there is a tornado warning bearing down now. The person who was shot.
Control, this is KFI. There's major damage in the area in Maryland and St. Charles and West Little Rock. Trees everywhere. It's blocked off by constant.
Very good. Thank you.
Control KG5 RON. Okay. For use during the station here. We do just want to make mention, before moving into the Malvern area, they have removed the tornado warning from that storm. I don't see too much rotation on the radar at this time, but they do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for them. The one is just to west of James Clark, east of Arkansas. Pick it up and it's on the ground. Tracking north and east at 5 miles an hour, so Daylight and Willow.
and then retry again. Oh. Safely, please take a look up at the sky and tell me. Hey.
Small, little bit.
Golf 5 special victims unit. Is what that was?
Your Bravo uniform.
Got it. Small bit. Got it.
It's in the area of Vandenberg Drive, above Vandenberg.
Where, is that where you are or where the station is over?
I'm on 67 down by Main Street, and I can see over my shoulder. It looks to be over Vandenberg.
Got it. From Kilo Golf Sierra Police Form from 167 Main appears to see J Cloud appears to be over Vandenberg Drive. Thank you. AA5JC, net control.
Get both in. Skyward. The base velocity, radial velocity in that storm in Clark and Dallas County. I'm looking out. I think I see a phosphorus we may hit the ground. It's much towards the Willow area and possibly even Lono.
Very good. And the National Weather Service says they will be issuing a tornado warning for that storm with that rotating wall cloud west of Cabot. So that's all you, Special Business Unit. Good job. It is. Tornado warning issued for radar indicated tornado for parts of Faulkner, Lone Oak, Prairie, and Pulaski County. They're for producing both of it moving east at 50 miles an hour. Has spotters also include Cabot, Searcy, Desark, Little Rock Airport, Perspective, Ward, Austin. List goes on. AA5J. there's on you're in the port, and that's yourself. You can do so safely. Know what you see out there. About service rock is issued. True thunderstorm with possible tornado, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. County till p.m. At 4 thunderstorms. Locations impact include Arkansas, Edo Valley, Owen, and Owen.
You are. That's up.
for this radar indicated storm, both for parts of Lone Oak, Prairie, and White counties until 5:15. At 4:53, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over water near miles an hour. AA5JC net control.
Victor Juliet.
Juliet 5, Victor Juliet Bravo. No.
Yeah, Josh, trying to get home here in West Little Rock on the road, in the way I see smell, see anything else on a map that's open.
Skywarn.
Denny Road, that's where I am.
Yes, I do that.
Memory of the world. Probably knew that at some point.
Right now I'm on around the south, but it is 4:30 down. Do you know?
I think it is or has been on 4:30 in the big interchange area recently. Go ahead. No.
I myself is northbound Shackleford from interchange and Shackleford from Shackleford from Markham.
Double with something.
Northbound from the Big Rock to be backed up towards now. Completely shut down. I'm on Shackleford. The northbound Shackleford is being blocked.
Advice
It ain't cut it.
A job. And which way I have to with them.
Neil, are you still at Bowman?
Out next on managers next it, I just off a little bit. She didn't say anything damage to the building itself.
Okay, well, good luck. AA5, CNET control.
Control, kilo call, Mike Sierra.
Go ahead.
The 430 pound has just reopened, and the north on 430 pounds, slow
Very slow because with the we just have some patience.
That's correct. 5 years here. Bye.
AI.
KIE, go ahead.
Phone.
You said Snowman?
Block Road.
Okay, very good. At in Sars on Block Road.
To West Base there.
Got it. Got it that time. Thank you, sir. Of JC. National Weather Fox is a new severe storm warning with possible tornadoes, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail. Until 5:30 p.m. At 5:04, severe thunderstorm was located over Jenkins Ferry State Park, or 11 miles northeast at 55. The location is AA5. HLH, go ahead.
Southwest Grant County, where that just came over us. We're starting to get a little wind here. We really didn't have nothing major over here. It just pretty well just blew right on over top of us, and it was going more northwest. Like they said, Sheridan probably going to get that, or the Crossroad area probably going to get the biggest blunt of it.
Skyward.
Roger that. Thank you. AA5. Very good. That's good information. Thank you very much.
Net control KT5RON. Just a little more information on that storm. It is to the southwest of Sheridan. The
Sorry about that, guys. That's another. And I think you were generally heard over, so I think we got yours. The other station that just communicated, go ahead.
This is Kilo India 5, Romeo Lima Hotel. If you're in damaged structures in West Little Rock but are mobile and don't have cellular service, internet, or power, you can get it on Chenal Parkway, starting around the Kroger and Costco area through down to it's all operational, including traffic.
Well, very good. That's good information. Thank you very much. This is great. The only active tornado warning in this central warning area will be allowed to expire, is what I'm just being told. So that's good news. AA5JC. Some little discontent warning, considerable damage threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Get this, 2.5-inch hail. That's tennis ball sized hail. This is a severe thunderstorm located near Dogwood or near Sheridan. I don't know why I said it like that. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. I cannot even read right now. Locations impacted include Pine Bluff, Sheridan, Whitehall, Redfield, Leola, and Pratt 85JC.
Skyward. Yeah.
From the National Weather Rising is that storm over is extremely strong, shy of baseball-sized hail. And if you're in the area and you can give us a report being, please, so, Rock has issued a new tornado warning for parts of Grant and Jefferson counties until 5:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Sheridan, moving east at 60 miles an hour. This includes tornado and baseball-sized hail. The locations impacted include Pine Bluff, Sheridan, Whitehall, Redfield, Warburton, and Pine Bluff Arsenal. If you can do so safely from that area, let us know what you see. Also, we're being told there's a rotating wall cloud near the intersection of Highway 35 and 167 coming out of Leola in Grant County. AA5JC.
Skywarn, net up.
Josh, that station's in Grant County trying to reach you.
I'm not sure where they're trying to reach me. I'm here. I haven't heard anything. Try it again.
Control, this is K5JC. I'm in northern part of Grant County. All I'm experiencing right now is heavy rain.
Okay, very good. I did hear enough of that part. I didn't get your call sign, but I did hear nothing but heavy rain right now. If that changes or if you see anything, please do call AA5JC. KG5RON, this is AA5JC. I need to QPP for a second.
Okay, copy that. I'll go ahead and take over on the net here at KG5RON, assuming responsibilities as the Airlink System net. KG5RON, that tornado warning for Grant County. The cell is just to the south of Sheridan. I wouldn't doubt that you're probably going to get at least 1 1/4, 1.5 inch hail right now in that area. Looking at the base velocity, I definitely see right where that hail core is, due south of Sheridan on, what is that, Highway 167, just crossed over 167. So be advised, I don't know of anything on the ground, but there is indeed a couplet there. KG5RON.
This is KE5HLH, the vet.
Go ahead. I believe it's HLH, KG5RON.
Sure is Kilo Echo KE5 HLH, yes, sir. I'm southwest Grant County in Leola. We missed all that. Clouds are breaking up and starting to clear up here in this part of the county. Just want to let you know we're all out of danger down here, it looks like.
Yeah, copy that. The rotating part of that storm in Grant County there went just right through that area there. It's now located just a little bit south and east of Sheridan, maybe about 4 or 5 miles.
Yes, sir. What you described, it sounds like around about the crossroad areas, around that area. That's probably about 8, 9 miles away from us, northeast from us.
Skyward, net up. Copy that. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be passing close to Jefferson. Let's say between Jefferson and Whitehall, it appears, but closer to Jefferson, and it's still moving pretty quickly. So it looks like it's increased a little bit in strength there. We got inflow to it, and then it's rotating. So that's why they issued the warning. But as of right now, I know of nothing on the ground, but just go ahead and be prepared in Jefferson and maybe even Whitehall. KG5RON.
Roger that. Well, I'll go ahead and clear their deck control, because like I said, everything's out of it's cleared out down here in this area, so I'll go ahead and clear the frequency. 85 HLH.
Okay, copy that, and we appreciate your help, no doubt about it, and we'll try to keep y'all advised of, whoever is net control here, but Josh should be back here pretty quick. KG5RON.
Run, AA5JC.
Okay, go ahead, AA5JC, Josh.
All right, thank you, sir. AA5JC, net control.
Josh, copy that. I'll relinquish control back to AA5JC. Just information, we do have a rotational couplet just due east of Sheridan. On, looks like getting ready to go across Highway 270 there, close to Sheridan, in between that and Whitehall. Jefferson looks like it might be affected next. AA5JC net control, KG5RON. Net control, all I heard was key up. Just information, last radar summary, and then we just got an update on that storm in Grant County. It appears it's moving, it's right on the line of Grant and Jefferson, and it kicked up a notch. So I'm just, advising you, in between Jefferson and Whitehall, this thing will be crossing over there, getting ready to go across US 270.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
KG5RON and clear.
Another one. National Weather Service Little Rock issues a tornado warning. It is radar indicated for parts of Independence, Izard, Sharp, and Stone counties until 6:15 p.m. At 5:29, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Coker, or 9 miles south of Melbourne, moving east at 55 miles per hour. This is, of course, radar indicated rotation. Locations impacted include Melbourne, Mount Pleasant, Sydney, Gid, Stella, and Lunenburg. If there's anyone in those areas that can safely report what you see there, please call Net Control, AA5JC.
Skywar, net up.
communication to boiler operator. Boiler room. Yeah, the on-duty nurse or charge nurse wanting to know if you could come to Elm's break room. They said they need your assistance, and they didn't say what they had going on. Was Elm's break room? Yeah, 10-4. Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
W5RH just to net control. Skywar, zap up.
Go ahead.
So go ahead, Josh. I need to ask Ron something. We've got a pretty good storm around the 70-30 split, and there's an accident at the 113 on I-30. It's multi-vehicle, several 18-wheelers, and I just wanted to get a radar update because we got a lot of EMS people working out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron, go ahead.
Okay, SKG5RN. Those are just run-of-the-mill, if you will, thunderstorms from Traskwood to Daytonte out west, northwest of Haskell and around Magnet Cove. And these storms are moving up to the northeast at a pretty good clip. Heaviest of it is just to the south of Malvern, but nothing warned on that cluster of storms. The only warning that we have is down there in Jefferson County, just crossed over in between Jefferson, Whitehall, and Pine Bluff. Cheryl will be affected next, along with Tucker and Wabaseka and Altimer. And we've got looks like one inch hail in that core right now, just southeast of Jefferson. Okay, the 130 split. It looked pretty rough when I saw just a glance of it. It's getting really dark, so if anything happens, please let me know. Like I say, there's a lot of fire EMS working that accident on the interstate. If you don't mind, W5RH. Okay, W5RHS will do. I don't see anything on the any couplets or anything on base velocity or storm radial velocity, and so I haven't looked at the correlation coefficient yet because I didn't see any rotation, so there's no need to check that. But these storms are building up now. It seems to me that the center part of the state is quite juicy right now for tornadic and rotating thunderstorms. So we'll really need to keep a close watch. But thankfully, the only severe storm we have right now is down in Jefferson County, and we do have a bit of rotation there just south and west of the Cheryl, and but there's no tornado warning on it anymore, but it is rotating still. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. 75 reaches. KG5 and going to enjoy a sandwich here.
KJ5 ADX.
Yes, I believe it was. Go ahead.
We're out here on I-30 westbound, caught up in all that traffic. Everything looks fine with this weather that's coming through here. It looks like a massive rain core that's running through here, so light rain, but it's probably going to pick up in here just a second.
All right, very good. Make sure I got that call right. Is that Kilo Golf 5 Alpha Delta Foxtrot?
Kilo Juliet 5 Alpha Delta X-ray.
Gotcha. That sounds better. Yeah, it sounds more appropriate that you would be from Cabot and not Waco.
Yeah, we're originally from Arkadelphia. I'm addressed up there in Cabot, but we were sitting in Arkadelphia when we saw those tornadoes pop up and decided to follow them up there. KJ5 ADX.
All right, I tell you what, folks, it looks like we have no more tornado warnings, I think. Is that right? Yeah, we've got one that's way up north, Izzard and Sharp County till 6:15, but I don't think we have any coverage in that area. So, having said that, let me go ahead and take some check-ins. I know that I've got a lot of people already. If you have opened up NetLogger at some point, I've got you on the log already. So don't worry about that. But if there's anyone else who has not opened NetLogger, you don't have it, you don't want to, that's fine. Let's go ahead and take some check-ins. Right now I've got 95, so let's add some more. If you have not checked in on NetLogger, let's hear you. AA5JC.
Skyward.
Control, please check in. Kilo Golf 5, Juliet, Oscar Juliet, Jane down here in Grant County.
AA5JC is Winston 5, Watt, Malvern.
Control. In W2SUL, Adam Monopolo, no traffic.
Is Kilo Alpha 5 Mike Golf Lima, Kelly and Conway.
Yeah, go ahead and acknowledge these check-ins. I've got Kilo Golf 5, Juliet Oscar Juliet Gene. I've got Whiskey 5, Tango Papa Kilo, that's Tyler. I've got Whiskey 2, Sierra Lima, that's Adam. I've got Kilo Alpha 5, Mike Golf Lima, Kelly, and Whiskey Juliet Lima Delta, that's John. He's actually out in Rochester, New York, who is looks like he's listening online. So, anyone else?
Control. I'm sure I've already been checked in, but this is November 5, Echo Whiskey Charlie Eric, Little Rock.
Net Control. Please check in Kilo 5, Juliet, Mike, Kilo, Justin, Maumelle, no traffic.
right, looks like that's all for now. I've got Eric. Yeah, I already had you on the log, and the only other one there is Justin. Q5 Juliet. Any others that would?
Next control, check in. So Charlie.
Okay, let me just hold you up right there. I've got Kilo Charlie India Foxtrot Hotel. David, I've got you in the other station. You are not holding the repeater at all. Try it again here in a minute. Anybody else want to check again? Call now. And either one is my computer. Quit. It's out. Let's try those two again.
In Benton, no traffic. Please check in. Alpha Echo 5 November Whiskey. Pat away. Orchid Josh 85 NW.
I remember whiskey. I'm sure you didn't Delta Echo 5. So tell me what that was again.
Good afternoon. Alpha Echo HD, so I may not be making the trip that well.
Oh, right. You should have just said it was PETA. And I would have got you there. K5JL, or excuse me, K5JJL, Jeffrey, I've got it right, I promise. And A5NW, Pat. Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else like to? No?
Whiskey 5, Sierra Mike Zulu, J. Benton, no traffic.
Control 5 RON, we have you. Good morning.
You come in. Hang on. See it on the map. I'll see it in the chat. All right. National Weather Service in Little Rock let me try that again. National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning. Radar indicated with 1-inch hail for parts of Arkansas, Jefferson, Lone Oak, and Prairie County. Still 6:15. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Altimer or 11 miles northeast of Pine Bluff, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Okay, we're going to halt. If you'd like to check in otherwise, you can open NetLogger, and that's all that'll do it. If you open NetLogger, and just you'll find the log, the net there listed as Arkansas Skywarn. That's all it takes. I'll put you on the log from there. AA5J. If anyone has any
I kind of got that, but like I say, it's warm and humid here, and this is Arkansas, so they can pop up anytime, anywhere. CNG. KG5 RON, net control.
Whiskey United Papa in Marlton and Delta Alpha Victor just about the time the funnel cloud through about 225, headed up Highway 10. Got back at Marlton and home and have been listening all the time. W5 WUP clear.
Okay, copy that, W5 WUP. We appreciate all of you out there for being out, well, basically in the danger zone, if you will. But we do appreciate all of our spotters, and we have, as of right now, we have 110 people that have checked in on NetLogger, and there's so many more out there that we possibly don't have the call letters for. But we do appreciate each and every one of you. KG5RON, net control.
Multiple up and get some trying to go towards downtown on Cantrell and tries to use the right to get away from the traffic. Don't try it because those neighborhoods have trees and bits of roof everywhere, and the cops are in the process of closing all those streets. KF5 RLH clear and final.
Okay, copy that. There are two stations that doubled. The other station, come back now.
This is Kilo India 5 Romeo Lima Hotel headed towards downtown on Cantrell. If anybody else is doing the same thing around the Osborne's house and you try to avoid that traffic into the neighborhoods to the right, don't do it because there's trees everywhere and there's bits of roof everywhere, and the cops are presently closing all the access roads to those neighborhoods from Cantrell.
Okay, copy that. So evidently we have quite a bit of damage up in the Pulaski County in that area around Cantrell. So all units and stations just avoid that area if at all possible. We know there's damage. We really don't need any reports of, we got damage here off of Cantrell or something, because we already know that. But we do appreciate you calling in and letting us know about Cantrell Road and the issue with the traffic and everything. Frank, I have information. This KG5RON, AR Link System, Skywarn Net Control. The Weather Service has canceled the tornado watch for quite a few counties in the state, and I'll run through them real quick and I'll tell you the ones that are still under that tornado watch till 8 o'clock. The canceled: Baxter, Boone, Conway, Fulton, Izzard, Johnson, Logan, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Pope, P-O-P-E, Polk, P-O-L-K, Scott, Searcy, Stone, and Van Buren, and Yale. And we'll be back with the continuation on the ones that are still under the watch. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. Real quick, the National Weather Service has just issued another tornado warning for Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff counties till 6:30 p.m. 602 radar indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Hallsville, and that's over Duval's Bluff, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour. And I was looking at that just a few moments ago, and I noticed an uptick in the rotation. So this will be just to the east of Hazen right now, just to the east of Hazen, just east and just crossing over US 70. So it'll be just due west of Duval's Bluff and east of Hazen, tracking north and east. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. Skyward, snap up. W5RN. Here are the counties that are still under the tornado watch, and I'll go through them real quick. Arkansas, Bradley, Calhoun, Clark, Claiborne, Cleveland, Dallas, Deshae, Drew, Faulkner, Garland, Grant, Hot Spring, Independence, Jackson, Jefferson, Lawrence, Lincoln, Lone Oak, Monroe, Washita, Perry, P-R-Y, Pike, P-I-K-E, Prairie, Pulaski, Randolph, Saline, Scott, I should say Saline, Sharp, White, and Woodruff. And that tornado watch till 8 p.m. KG5RON.
When you look at that other tornado warnings down there, it looks like it's brightening up a little bit, the couplet area, W5RHS.
Hey Kelly, you talking about the one on the county line between Jefferson and Arkansas County?
Yes, sir, the one that has a 3-inch hail core right on top of Humphrey.
Yeah, copy that. Just got an update on it. It is just due east of Humphrey, Arkansas right now, and it is a pretty wound up storm, it looks like. It looks like there's a good chance of hail in there for sure. 3 and 3/4 inch hail, 100% chance of hail, and a 100% chance of significant hail. So yes, I would say that that's probably one that'll bust out your car windows or your house windows. But anyway, this storm is moving up to the north and east, and it'll be probably crossing over US 79 here within, say, the next, 5 minutes, if that long. KG5RON.
There's several TVS signatures, tornado signals. I can't talk. Anyway, it's starting to look more intense. W5RHS.
Yeah, copy that. Those TVSs on the tail end of that couplet appear to be caused by the winds rushing in toward the actual spinning part. If you go to the storm radio velocity, 1/2 a degree, you'll see the bright green and red there, and those couplets are back, the markers are back off to the south and west of it. So that's inflow going into where the bright green touches that red. Skywarn, net up. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning effective until 7 p.m. for Arkansas, Monroe, and Prairie counties. 609 radar indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Stuttgart, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. And we're looking at it as a very impressive storm indeed. So just keep that, keep that in mind. But there you have it, KG5RON. AR Link System, Skywarn Net Control, KG5RON. Looks like the couplet for that storm is northeast of DeBall's Bluff around Fredonia, Arkansas. And it is on... moving on off to the north and east, just on top of U.S. Highway 70, as a matter of fact. And the other storm down in the Jefferson County has already crossed over. They'll be removing Jefferson County from the warning here shortly, but that storm is already into Arkansas County as of right now, due east of Humphrey, and that's that warning, and they'll be issuing probably further down the line. It looks like they have just due south of Stuttgart, tracking on up toward Crockett's Bluff and Casco, I should say. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. This is Skywarn Net Control, KG5RON. Just to update here, the Weather Service is continuing that tornado warning till 6:30 from Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff County. 612 radar indicates severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Fredonia, 7 miles northeast of DeBall's Bluff, moving northeast. And the storm appears to have slowed down somewhat. It's only moving at 45 miles an hour now. And I'm looking at the rotation here just south, a little bit south and east of Stuttgart right now. So Casco and Holly Grove further down the line will probably be affected by this storm here in the next, say, 10, 15 minutes. KG5RON.
RON WA5LUY.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. KG5RON.
The storms have moved out of the Hot Springs coverage area, so we're going to drop the link over here. Just wanted to let you know. And if anything pops up, we'll turn it back on.
Skyward, net up. Okay, buddy, no problem. We appreciate you guys joining us for all the excitement, if you will. Only thing I see near the Garland County area is up in the extreme southern, or southwestern, I should say, Perry County, just north of the Garland County border. And it's tracking on off to the north and east, and I don't see anything else, at all that'll be affecting your area unless something pops up real quick, and we'll certainly let you know. Okay, all we got was a dead carrier, so, but no problem. I'll go ahead and check out here right quick. It's KG5R and Skywarn Net Control. It's KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. Just asking for anybody that might be, let's see, in the Lone Oak or Stuttgart area or Ulm. If you could check in and let us know if anything, if you see anything in the skies up there, or let us know your condition. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. KG5RON, AR Link System, Skywarn Net Control. Just to reiterate, we do have a few warnings here. Tornado warning for southeastern Prairie, southern Monroe, and northeastern Arkansas counties in Arkansas till 7 o'clock. A tornado located just east and northeast of Stuttgart, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. And I'll be back with the other warning here, break. Skywarn, net up. Okay, KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. We do have a tornado warning in effect till 6:30 for southeastern Woodruff, east central Prairie, and northwestern Monroe counties. At 6:12, radar indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Fredonia, that's 7 miles northeast of DeVal's Bluff, moving northeast at 45, a little bit slower than the other storms, about half as fast. So these storms are getting wound up here in the eastern part of the state. So it appears they're going to be recycling. So hopefully nothing bad will come back out of these things. We've already had enough dealings with these storms today. KG5RON, Skywarn Net Control. W5RH, yes, Skywarn Net Control, KG5RON.
W5 RHS, go ahead.
Kelly, I don't see anything as pretty much in our broadcast region. Let's see what they said. They're continuing the tornado warning from Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff counties, but I'm not sure if that's in our broadcast region there, because everything I see now is just little pop-up thunder showers here and there south of Perryville, west of Camden, nothing like the ones that went through earlier. No severe storms whatsoever to our south, to our north, and west. And so I think if you want, maybe we can drop the net for a while and open up the channel for regular traffic.
Okay. Get the codes up there.
Skywarn, net up.
Yeah, there's still some stuff. We might want to keep an eye on them. They may keep on going, We can talk, but we can take it out of Skywarn. W5 RHS.
Okay, Airlink System Skywarn net control KG5RON. I'll stand by for tones.
W5 RHS.
Shutting down Airlink System net. Please wait. Acknowledge net is over. Remote link off.
W5 RHS.
2HS link on.
RLH, Wade, stuck on Cantrell. How are you doing today?
Okay, Ron, systems are back to normal operation. Normal traffic can resume. Anything that pops get back up again, or anything needs to be relayed, we can handle it. So carry on, Ron. W5 RHS.
Okay, copy that. Just some information for you. That storm that went through the Little Rock area and Camac Village and did all the damage through even north central Saline County owing into Little Rock and the Pulaski County area. It is tracked over into Illinois now, and it's still doing its thing.
Kind of like that one we tracked up into Kentucky, huh?
Yeah, copy that. If you have your GR level 3 handy, go ahead and click on KNQA up in southwestern, Kentucky, I believe it is. Yeah, something to that effect. Check that out. Go to your base reflectivity, 1/2 degree.
Check it here in just a minute. W5 RHS.
Okay, copy that. Just information, that storm is wound up worse than the top, and it's heading for Gadsden and Alamo and Bells up in that area there. But that's the storm. It comes through Little Rock, and it is still wound up like a top. So I would say, without probably any doubt whatsoever, it's still got one on the ground. W5RHS, that was my mistake. KNQA is in Tennessee, western Tennessee. That's the one you need to look at. 1/2 a degree tilt on the base reflectivity.
Check here in just a minute. W5RHS.
This is KG5RN. Information, the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Prairie County, and they're continuing the tornado warning till 7 o'clock for Arkansas, Monroe County. Talking about a storm capable of a tornado located near Holly Grove, 10 miles south, 0 miles an hour. That is out of our broadcast region, but we thought we'd go ahead and put it out there. KG5RN.
well the singers as the players on his feet. Again the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, speak to the children of thy people, and say unto, when I bring the sword upon a land, if the people of the land take a man of their coasts and set him for their watchman, if when he seeth the sword come upon the land, he blow the trumpet and warn the people, then whosoever heareth the sound of the trumpet and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head. He heard the sound of the trumpet. At the tone, 23 hours, 37 minutes, Coordinated Universal Time. At the tone, 23 hours, 38 minutes, Coordinated Universal Time.
The kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of heaven is likened on. The kingdom of heaven is likened on.
This, I'm done. I'm done. But you did something that I didn't think was right. Have a nice. And let's see. I'm gonna one more transmission with you. And then we're gonna have 60. Estamos de vuelta para iniciar el quinto capítulo. Marcana, que lanzamiento 3-2. Porque ese muchacho, su carisma, su calidad, era un hombre que... Gracias, Michelle. Recuerden, pueden escribirme a la bola, a Robbie. Or something like that. It depends on how quick.
Right now, during the day, we don't even have to burn a fire with a skin. I think we're going to change on the fire and the deal like that for about 3 weeks, not the rules for 3 weeks. Yeah, I want that to walk like 20 circles out here in the so anyway, take care of it. Well, thank you for the argument. Anybody would like to take it early? Let's start this open hour. Keep building yourself.
The name here is Ben. Bravo Echo. I am in Sacramento.
now, I don't know what your signal is, because like I said, I'm outside in the backyard. I'm actually using a Jabra to, a little Wi-Fi. Alright, yeah, stop back by. We're here occasionally, if not always, near in the evening. K6 FNX 73.
Every 6 weeks or so, and 12 to get that. And then in the summertime, the wintertime, we take our skis with us. Yeah, because the company pays for everything. We go
Take care of the store, check into the hotel, take the skis out, go across country and across Devil's Flat. Something or other up there. Devil's Flat, what's it? If you've ever crossed country, boy, that's a workout. I never did skiing. When I was young, I could afford it.
My weekend is booked. What's your gig in we play a place called Sea Wines, which is right on the harbor. It's actually it's a pretty nice place, and it's I don't know if it'll be a trio or a quartet tomorrow. It's sort of acoustic classic rock and other assorted stuff. The guitar player, lead singer, is actually really good. He's got his own sort of sound, and I play bass in that band. No drums, but we normally will have dobro and he is also one of the lead controllers for the original Bell Net. Yeah, he was getting lost to BE3JBBWO3.
Yeah, a dipole. Why do they call it a dipole? Who named it a dipole? A dipole. A dipole. Where did the poles come from? Did they actually use poles?
When you were young, did you ever play with a magnet?
A magnet? Yeah.
Well, two poles of a magnet.
Oh, right. The opposite poles?
There you go.
Good.
With exception of right now, stuck to the southwest. Trying to get some grandkids up here to me. I do a little work for them. Let me in that.
Two-way shot. I get that. Para mí fue imposible. ¿Alguna estación más a reportarse? X2, Alfa, Yankee, Oscar. ¿Alguna otra estación? ¿Alguna otra estación a reportarse? Bueno, le tocó solito, profe Abraham. Adelante, por favor. Ándele, tuve una duda allí en la temperatura, profe Abraham, ¿cuál fue la temperatura, por favor? Segundo, séptimo, ¿correcto? Bueno, sí, está la propagación entre muy buenas noches, pero bueno, al parecer estoy correcto, si no me rectifica, 27 grados centígrados, 13% la humedad ambiental, 1005 milivarios la presión barométrica y 11 kilómetros del viento. Le envío un saludo ahí, profe Brown, que estuvo muy bien ahí en su casa, feliz viernes. Nos apoyo y participación, los escucho con los 557. Un poquito bajito ahí perdón, ahí para Loreto, Zacatecas. Adelante, profe. Wherever you're going, open it up. The video would be recorded. There'd be an audible sound on there saying, hey, what are you doing in my bag? I said, look at it. What's going on? What's going on? There's glitter everywhere. All the arthritis and calcification and pain and all that, and there could be some serious side effects onto the liver and the kidneys as well as we're talking about their
So far, so good. So, sounds like you're enjoying the weather there, Rich, and the reason to spend time in Arizona rather than put up with what we are doing up here. So, I guess taking the doors off your car is a sign of spring there. WXXM on the group. This is W7WBS.
Yeah, Willie X-Ray 6 Mary. Yeah, I was wondering about when you were talking about the dog sheriffs and hey, yeah, take a have that veterinarian insurance. My youngest granddaughter's got a little dog now. They call it Milo. It's a Shih Tzu, and I never have liked that breed of dog very well. They're very temperamental and they'll snap at you. They get their backs hurt very easily, and then if you start to pet them, they'll snap at you and try to bite your head off. You know, at least that's the way it was with Carol's sister and brother-in-law, Ginger and Frank. Anyway, that dog finally did him a favor and died. But they were just spending money hand over fist and vet bills with that dog, and it was very temperamental and not that friendly at all, you know. But her little dog seems to be real friendly. It's just that when he's hurting and his back's bothering him, they start to pet him. Why then they hurt and naturally they get bit, you know. So whatever. But anyway, I was just curious if you carried that type of insurance. I think she was talking about it because she's been having to take the dog to the vet quite a bit. But anyway, you see, all these text messages always got a picture of Milo in there, you know. She just thinks that's the greatest thing in the world, and I'm glad she likes the dog, but I'm sure glad also that it's not my dog, you know. I just don't want to have to deal with the dog on top of everything else. But, yeah, another thing was that all those painkillers, the only one I'm going to take those, I'll take probably naproxen and have some of that, so I'll just go ahead and start on that, but I'm not going to take it but once a week when I'm playing golf, and that's it. That should be able to do that. I'm just going to give it a try and see. I just can't seem to take enough of that Tylenol to do me any good, and if I do, then it makes me groggy in the head, and I can't stand to be groggy in the head. I'm bad enough as it is, you know. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to go out and play some different courses that Lyle and I don't usually play. And I don't know how long their company is going to be here, and I don't know if Derek, his son-in-law, is going to want to go out and play or not. But I don't think either one of those people at Sue's wife's sister and brother-in-law, and they're from Iowa. And so a lot of people down here that have family up in the high country and stuff, and they just can't wait to come down and visit all of the people down here in this part of the world. So that happens quite often. And then after a while, the news kind of wears off of it, and then they don't do it quite so much. But Lyle and most of his immediate family's all right here in this area. They moved down here, I think, in 1975. So that was a good year. He got a good thing to do. He got them acclimatized for down here, and they all like it here real well. So anyway, it's really nice out there right now. Just beautiful. The cactus is blooming, and got those big white flowers on it, and everything's looking good, and sweet smelling, and stuffing up my nose and everything like that. So I've been trying to deal with all those issues as well. But anyway,
It's nice weather, that's for sure. We've had such terrible bad weather all this winter down here. Everybody's been complaining it's too cold, it's too cold. It might have been too cold, but it was better than it was anywhere else in the United States, So anyway, we didn't play much at all through the winter because we were waiting for at least 70-degree weather to come before we would go out and play. But did play some, did go to the driving range and spend a little time over there from time to time at the Grandview driving range. And they're shutting this course down pretty soon. It'll be shut down until next October. They're putting in all kinds of drainage and piping and all kinds of stuff as part of the water conservation thing. We've got a big lake right down at the bottom of the fairway 13. It's the signature hole. It's a beautiful hole. And they're taking out a lot of the grass. It's just wall-to-wall grass, and they're not going to be able to water all that much grass on. And we got a couple, one desert course anyway that I like to play. You got to keep it in the fairway. If you get out of there, you're in the dirt, possibly in one of the bushes. Then you got to take a drop and take a one-stroke penalty and all that stuff, But that course is called Trail Ridge, and it's I enjoy playing it, but a lot of people don't. Anyway, you never get too bored about the course or anything because we got 7 different courses to play, so that's a help as well. But man, I'm telling you, they've really gone up on their prices and stuff, and you can see why, all the work and preparation and everything they're having to do on this water conservation thing. So, then Grandview is the main course, the one we live on here, and the biggest one. And so they're going to do everything they can to keep it going. When they're doing all these renovations and stuff, they always start with Grandview first, And anyway, they'll get them all done eventually, but it's going to be costly. Over to you there, Gary. K7. Oh, and by the way, that Live Golf Tour is on again this weekend. Be on.
Hello. What's up? Probably. I thought I'd turn the phone off, but never mind. All right, Mike. Fucking hell, man. Oh. Oh.
South of Pine Bluff or around Pine Bluff is weekend. Really, so it's really kind of died down now. Let me look at the overall composite and see what we're looking at. We're seeing a lot of activity through Illinois with a whole conglomeration. Look at all this. Minneapolis in the 30s, north side snow, pretty cold across. Down through Nebraska. Look at that. On the eastern side of the system, a lot of tornado warnings. These are probably not the bound up
cute. You only can vote when it randomly picks. See right here. Man. What's up, Chopkins? But yet again, everybody, if you all haven't, feel free to follow here at twitch.tv. Make sure that notifications are on. And it'd be a pleasure to have you around gaming with us, you know? You think they'll ever make a live action Dragon Ball Z movie that's actually good?
Before you
No.
answer, they will make one, but will it be good?
No.
Negative.
Do y'all think One Piece live action? Live action.
No, I
They're
was
gonna
talking
do
to
the
Nate,
Arlong
Bucifax about it, and I was just like, And they are. And I was.
I don't think it'd be good.
No, it's impossible. The set looks nice though.
But it's something else. Let me share the link in our chat, okay? And y'all can take a look at that. Alrighty. And we're still looking at this storm. It'll be closing in on 55 and Interstate 69 in a little bit as well. So want to make you all aware of what's going on. Told you it'd be a long day. Sure enough, it was. Looking at the Weather Channel right now, you can definitely see the lowering in their on the left side of their screen over here. Also, storms are have cleared off a long time ago. The Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. There are storms in Southeast Texas and East Texas right now, from generally the Bronx area through Huntsville, Lufkin, over to moving into Louisiana right now. Logansport. This is in this green area is where all the activity is it's not going to be in that red and in yellow. It's only going to be in the green. boxes back in. We can go back to the news and the weather again. So let's just do that. And we'll get it throughout the evening. It's been a really pretty right. So let's just kick back. I'll take and just look at a little bit. Endgame, Taiwan speeds up preparation for potential conflict with China. Let me put that up on screen. Let me change this here. Let me change some news items up. And give you some of the latest news updates as well. Taiwan scrambles jets, ships after irrational actions by Chinese military.
It's definitely not me.
Well, I can hear you.
Hey, I can hear you. All right, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. Yes, sir.
Can you?
Yes, I can.
All right. Fuck. Network and internet. Okay, sorry. Prayers, phone link. Sound. Now my shit's all froze up. Let's try this again. Holy fuck, maybe it is my computer. Everything is slow as fuck right. Kill that. Go to sound. Yeah. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I can hear you.
Yes, I can. There you go.
Awesome.
Go.
Yeah, my computer is freezing up, dude. I've got a lot of shit going right now on this thing. So I'm killing a bunch of shit, but you can hear me without any breakups, right?
Correct.
Hello.
I got you.
All right, try it again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, I got a really bad delay, so I'm not sure why. But I'm getting rid of some shit because if I don't, right now, hang on a minute. Don't need that. All right, there shouldn't be right now. You all right?
Got a little bit of an echo now.
Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Kill it again. Yeah. All right, in broadcast. Jesus Christ, my internet's so fucking slow. Holy shit, man. Can you hear me now?
I still hear you, yes.
All right, now I got rid of the delay.
Yep.
Keep talking to me.
Yep, you did.
All right, cool. Yeah, I got a hell of a fucking delay because I was just burning too much bandwidth, I think. I haven't done this in a minute. As long as you can hear me, we're good.
I can hear you.
All right, cool. If you want to go, Mike, mute yourself out.
Yep.
I'll try to get this shit back on there. There we go. That's better. All right. So, let me go get go lay down. You're not going to bounce around, bark, and act like a ding-a-ling. I should have went to the gym first. I didn't. So, pretty sure everybody can hear me. So I'm walking through the house being a jackass. I'm making funny noises like, yep. That's me. All right, Shut this off unless you need it.
No.
Shut this down. Wish I didn't have that fucking light. Really wish I didn't have that light on. I got something to take care of that here in about a day or so. All right.
I think there's one of those curtains in the pantry. I think.
I don't know where my note cards are. Oh, they're all here, aren't they? Okay, those are bad guys. Oh. Oh, here's some of it. Ah, here we go. There's my shit. Okay. Almost ready. All right. Yeah. Put that down there. All right. So it's 82,000. A lot of fucking people. All right. I need some music. And I don't give a shit about who's on my music. I'm going to play my music however the fuck I want to. Because I can. Not monetizing any of this shit anyway, so it should be good.
Mama, I
got bad news, bad news. I've been rolling with some bad news, bad news. I've been trying to get a bag too. I'm just doing what I have to, I said, mama, I got bad news every day, brand new. Tattoos on my face, sad dude. With a head full of rain, I just wanna make it rain, mama, I will be okay. I feel like I might break right now. I feel like making a fucking mistake right now. Yeah. I just need a cake right now. I blow all the candles in my brains right now. Yeah. I'm so tired of flexing. I got a minor confession, like I might die from depression. Like whoa, I look good on the gram, but you know anyone can. I'll keep it a grand. Mama, I got bad news, bad news. I've been rolling with some bad news, bad news. I've been trying to get back to. I'm just doing what I have to, I said, mama, I got bad news every day, brand new. Tattoos on my face, sad dude. With a head full of rain, I just wanna make it rain, mama, I will be okay. Mama, I got bad news. You should go and wake up dad too. Think there's nothing your son can't do, can't lose. I've been popping pills with mad fools. The side truth, I'm fucking with my rap crew. Mad goons in my place, cash rules, smash dudes, catch a case.
Those Tucker's on.
All my friends are full of rage. I'm so tired of all days. Mama, tell me it's okay. Feel like I'm alone right
Keep an eye on
now.
that and see if
You know I don't even have a home right now. No one I can trust right now. Cops are at my door like they go bust it down. So sick of the hustling and all the fake introductions where people make the assumptions. Whoa, I feel like life isn't real, like I might get killed. I keep it real. Mama, I got bad news. I've been rolling with some bad news. I've been trying to get back to. I'm just doing what I have to, I said, mama, I got bad news every day, brand new. Tattoos on my face, sad dude. With a head full of rain, I just wanna make it rain, mama, I will be okay. Daddy, I got bad news. Fell in love with a rap.
All right, we're ready here. Get a Scooby snack going, and we will start. Of course, I'm gonna edit this out. We got about 3.5 hours of idle time. This live stream is basically TNS. And keeping an eye on that weather down in Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, and headed up to Kentucky, Illinois, and all that. We'll cover that in a minute. So for everybody that's here or new or happens along this channel, obviously I'm not monetizing anything here. If I was, I wouldn't be playing music in the background and pissing off the algorithms and all the snowflakes out there. So I really don't give a shit at this point. Things have gotten real, and they're going to get more real, and I never expected a paycheck from YouTube or anybody else, so I'm not expecting one now. That said, moving on, pay our own bills here. Welcome to TCG Global. We're an independent, off-the-books security contractor that does things for private clientele, and we have been known to do agency work. I'm not going to go into detail about that. American Legionnaire is a cooperative. Basically, what it is a group of patriots that love this country, that want to defend her, and that care about liberty and freedom and the equal application of our laws in this country. And we understand what's happening, what's going on, what's been going on for decades, and we're pissed off, and we've had enough. So started American Legionnaire to fight back. It's our way of fighting back. Legionnaires are kind of like mercenaries. They go to a country that's not of their own. They don't originate from that country, and they fight for that country. You had legionnaires in the Civil War. You had legionnaires in the American Revolutionary War. You even have legionnaires present day in France. Legionnaires are outcasts. Legionnaires are, you can't do that. Go, you just got to talk to me. Don't come up behind me and tap me like that. Bad idea. The guy with what? Not the same guy. Not the same guy. Two different dudes. I'm not worried about that right now. I mean, if there's a news alert, like something happened, like, I don't know, something blows up, let me know. Yes, I know he's released. I knew that 2 days ago when they released him. Totally different guy. Try again. What I mean is, if something happens, if something major happens, let me know. I don't have eyes on it right now. Apologize for the interruption, folks. Anyway, going back to what train of thought I have left here. Basically, Legionnaires fighting battles in countries or for kingdoms or for nations or for empires that they don't belong to. Now, fortunately, as an American and most of my guys and myself here, we don't feel like this is our country anymore. So we feel like we're Legionnaires fighting for a nation that doesn't even want us and has no use for us. And so we're kind of outsiders. We're outcasts. But here we are fighting for this country anyway. And we'll never stop fighting for this country. So that said, moving on here, I'm going to kind of go over some things and kind of give it to you guys extra crispy tonight because, like I said, things have gotten real. So I'm going to start off with a message to my own team and my own people. Most of them I've already been in contact with directly by means of our communication, whether that be email, text, phone, or however we felt secure in doing it. And I've already sent the word out that we are going into what we call Ghost Protocol. That's not something that I'm going to describe or explain here or go into detail about. And let me take that off so you guys can actually see it. Will you go out there and check everything on your, make sure we're live and doing good? Cool. Should be good. Says I'm good on there. All right, folks. Anyway, moving on. Ghost Protocol has been initiated. Pretty much phase 1 Ghost Protocol. It means everybody out there that's linked up with our team and our efforts and our organization needs to mobilize and get their butts to where agreed meeting place is in the Midwestern United States. You guys are aware because we don't hide the fact we broadcast out of the Denver area. But that is not where we are actually at or where we reside or where we do what we do. We are within, I'd say, 500 miles of that region, Denver, Colorado, and those on my team and those affiliated with our group, they've heard the call. And those that haven't are in here tonight or catch the stream later at a later hour when they're not working or busy. The call out's been made, gentlemen. It was a call out that we've come very close to making over the last 3 years. I made the decision myself to go ahead and get out here and get set up and secure kind of where I'm at. Because being on the East Coast for 3 years and working intelligence contracts on the East Coast, I was very well aware of where things were going, even before the election was stolen. And yes, I do believe beyond any reasonable doubt that the election was stolen. Anybody that believes otherwise is asleep at the fucking wheel, and they just, they'd rather live in a fantasy land than live in reality. The election was stolen, and I know this because even I had 2 ballots cast in my name that were both fraudulent. They were forged my signature in a state that I previously resided in. Not 1, but 2 ballots. The 3rd ballot was a legal ballot that I cast in the state that I currently resided in 2020. So that's 3 ballots, and only one of them is legit, and the other 2 are not. And I'm just one person of I don't know how many people I know that had that same exact thing happen to them. 2, 3, 4, 5 ballots forged and cast in their name that were illegitimate. What all those ballots had in common is they were all signed, forged with the actual name of the person who the ballot was issued to, the mail-in ballot process. And it was all Democrat. The whole entire ticket from top to bottom, left to right, was all Democrat. All the people that I know that happened to, that I've talked to, that I continue communication with, are all Republicans and conservatives, or even some independents, and they don't vote like that. They damn sure don't vote for all one party. They vote for who they feel is the best candidate for the job, whether it be Democrat, Republican, or independent, or Green Party, or Liberty Party, Libertarian. It doesn't matter. But none of us has ever voted from top to bottom, left to right, all blue, all big D, all Democrat. So if you want to try to convince me that the election wasn't stolen, well, I don't care to know. I don't care to probably hear much more from you at that point, because you're still living in a world where you think the government's your friend and the government's going to protect and defend you and take care of you, and you're pretty sure that government will always be there, and that's who's going to keep you safe. And you can give up your guns and some liberties and trade for security, and that's your mindset. And we don't probably need to have a conversation after that, because I disagree with every one of those points. So I came across a Wall Street Journal called the NORC poll, NORC, and it was actually advertised several times over the last 3 days on the major news network, cable networks that are more conservative, I would say, and the independent networks. The Democrats, of course, they didn't want to touch it. CNN, MSLSD, and your other more liberal news media didn't want to really touch this, but they did a poll, and they did this. The year was 1998 was when this poll was run once. It was run again just after 9/11, 2001, so it was run in 2002. And they just ran another poll, and the five, I guess there's 5 of them: patriotism, religion, having children, community involvement, and money. What is more important or less important? How many people believe that it's important to them was the question. How many people believe patriotism is important to them and is a concerning issue in their life? And I'm looking at these results. Democrats, 23% believe in patriotism being important. Conservatives, 59%. Here's the catch. 1998, 70% of Americans in general, not party affiliated, but all Americans of any and all parties, 70% believe that patriotism was a very important part of their life. That was in 1998. 2023, 39%. That's where we are right now. 39% of Americans believe patriotism is an important aspect in their lives. Now, define patriotism. Well, let's start with not being a traitor, not selling out your country, not making business deals with the enemy countries that want to destroy this country and shut us down. Let's start there. Let's start with the fact that you'll go out and put up an American flag, and you thank veterans for their service, and you believe in helping your community and volunteering and doing things like that. Nothing to do with religion. But that's the next one. 1998, 62% of Americans felt religion was important in their lives. In 2023, we are at 39%. It's interesting because it's 39% believe in patriotism currently, and 39% who took this poll responded to this poll. 39% believe religion was part of their lives. I look at that and go, patriotism and religion go hand in hand, and it looks like those are all probably mostly conservatives that are answering this poll, and adding that 39% up. Democrats at present, 27% believe religion is important in their lives. 53% conservative, which is way down. And that's a scary number in my honest opinion. We got 38% of independents believe it's important in their lives. That's going to kind of bring me over to segue into something else here real quick. Let me bring my screen up here. I'm going to read you what just came out today. I'm not going to read the entire article. like I do most of the time, I'm going to skim through this, the first part of it. This is from Newsweek, which, they're neither left or right. They're kind of in the middle. They're somewhat reliable in some of their reporting, and other reporting they're completely pointless and baseless as far as pandemics go. The title of this article is "Thousands of Outraged Christians Want Trump Banned on YouTube Again." So let me go ahead and read through this. Faithful America, a not-for-profit organization composed of Catholics and Protestants and others not affiliated with any church or denomination, on Tuesday posted a petition on its website to once again rid Trump from the platform YouTube. The petition hit 10,900 signatures by Thursday afternoon. It's after YouTube quietly reinstated Donald Trump's account. Just so you guys know, I have like 6 or 7 YouTube accounts that have been banned on YouTube. So, I mean, Trump has one. He's got a lot of work to do to catch up with me. Leslie Miller, YouTube's vice president of public policy, told NPR in a statement following Trump's reinstatement that the decision to reinstate him occurred after the company considered the possibility of him inciting actual violence. We carefully evaluated the continued risk of real-world violence, balancing that with the importance of preserving the opportunity for voters to hear equally from major national candidates in the run-up to an election. First off, she's talking to NPR. What is NPR? That's a taxpayer-funded, sorry-ass excuse for a media network. Okay, that's your Sesame Street for radio is what that is. That's like your PBS, but NPR would be your radio side of it. They are absolutely left-wing leaning, Democratic supporting partisans, and I'll tell you why is because every time Democrats get into office, they give them a whole shit ton of money to support their radio programming. When Republicans get in there, they cut their funding back. So that's why they lean more towards the left. And now they've gone completely, since COVID, they've gone completely left and extremist radical as far as I'm concerned. So that's who the CEO or YouTube's vice president of public policy, approved by the CEO, obviously. Go talk to the media. That's who he approved. I've heard to go talk to. Faithful America, a not-for-profit organization composed of Catholics and Protestants and others not affiliated with any church or denomination. There's kind of a debate on where Catholics sit politically, and I'm going to tell you guys, even though you see a lot of back and forth with the DOJ and the FBI right now about going after Catholics, there's a secular Catholic element within the Catholic Church, and these would be your more conservative types, your Latin Catholics. They would be your South or Central American Catholics that are leaving those countries, coming here to escape socialism. That would be your more Latin Catholic Mass, the Black Mass, or whatever you want to call it. These Catholics that are part of this Catholic and Protestant organization, these are going to be your extremist Catholics that are going to vote left, Democrat. I know I have some in my family. These are the kind of people that joined the IRA in Ireland. And again, it wasn't about Irish independence. It wasn't about anything other than money and running a mafia and pushing socialist ideology on the Irish people. The IRA became a terrorist organization, blew up a lot of things, killed a lot of people and soldiers. And, well, that's your left-wing radicals. That's your socialist left-wing Democrat Party right there at work. Catholics and Protestants coming together is kind of unheard of in Ireland, but over here, well, they'll come together all day long as they have the same motivations and the same cause they're fighting for. And right now, that's ultimate socialism practiced in the United States. These are the people that bought into the whole global climate change bullshit. And these people are the ones that are pushing the Green New Deal BS. Most of these people that call themselves Catholics and Protestants don't go to church on Sunday. I can promise you that. like I said, I've got some in my family, and the last time they were in church, I can count in decades. They just don't go to church. They're not faithful, royal faithful. They call themselves Catholic because that's the way they were born and raised, and they think that they can still call themselves that title and not actually go and earn it. So, like any other religion or any other group of people or organization or affiliate out there, they're all divided. And of course, ultimately, that's what the leadership of this country wants. They want to divide everybody. They want us over here on the right, and they want these guys over here on the left. And they want to divide us. And they're doing a hell of a good job of it. And they're using the biggest tool known to man, media, which is on a television program, keyword program, because that's all it is programming. And they use that in these independent groups out here like BLM and Antifa and all these other radical extremist groups, left-wing extremist groups. They use them to go out and cause havoc and riot, call it a peaceful protest. They send them out to go raise hell in these cities and further the bigger picture, the bigger plan, and that is to divide a community. And they've been successful in doing it. And they're going to continue to do it. This protest that happened at the Capitol today in Kentucky, and the protest that occurred yesterday in the capital of Tennessee, these college kids and high school kids went to protest guns in schools and the violence and students being killed because of the mass shooters. Somehow it all turned into a protest yesterday and today at these two state capitals. It turned into a protest of defending trans rights. These people went there claiming that they were there because of the victims of the Nashville mass shooting event last week. But then it turned into trans rights, and there's 7 victims, and now they want to defend and victimize, label a victim the shooter. And somehow the media, you know, and I've been watching a little bit of CNN and MSLSD as well as Fox. I have all 3 channels right here in front of me. And they've twisted this whole narrative into there might be victims from the shooting, but they're the ones that caused this victim that they claim is a victim more than them, this transgender person, to lose their shit, snap, and go shoot a bunch of people. And so now, by the media, CNN and MSLSD, NPR, and all the rest are doing everything they can to twist and turn this into that person that committed the shooting and killed 6 people is the victim in this whole situation. And these kids, these impressionable high school and college kids that showed up to these protests, these Capitol buildings, and acted, if not in the same exact respect that January 6th people did, if not that, maybe even worse in some respects. I've seen video. They turned their little peaceful protest into violence, laying hands on state troopers, shoving them around, Capitol security, pushing them around, throwing things. They got violent. And everyone on the left is quiet. No one's talking about that. Somehow it went from guns in schools and violence in schools and shootings at schools and kids becoming victims of mass shooters. It somehow went from that to now the shooter is the victim. If you ever read Karl Marx, this is all part of the program. In the media, this is all part of programming the citizens of this country. And it's working. Half this nation, the divided half of this nation from our half, these people literally believe the bullshit they're being fed. You cannot sit down and have a conversation with them. They will scream, yell, argue, lose their shit, go completely apeshit bonkers, and we're all the bad guys. And whatever they see on CNN is gospel. That's not a religion, that's a cult. I don't watch The View, but I saw a clip from The View today. They were celebrating Trump being indicted because these people can't see the bigger picture. One, they can't see the bigger picture as, well, what will happen to the Democrat president in the future if they set this precedent? 2, these charges they're unfounded. And that's proven by the fact that the DOJ and the FBI and everybody else has walked away from this case. Said, we're not going to go after Trump for that because there is no case there. But a radical leftist, Soros-funded district attorney in Manhattan, New York City decided, well, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to convince or bribe a grand jury into charging this man, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep him from being part of the next election, because that's what it all boils down to. They want revenge for what happened on January 6th. They want revenge for what happened in 2016. Their goddess, their master, their dear leader, Hillary Clinton, didn't win an election. She lost her ass and had to do the walk of shame. They want revenge. And the DA in New York City, who's already compromised because he already came out and ran his mouth and said, I'm going to get Trump. And that's exactly what his entire campaign was run on. He's given millions of dollars by Soros, and he's doing what Soros has told him to do. He's doing what Joe Biden told him to do. Find a way to make a charge and get Trump to do the walk of shame in handcuffs. Well, the good news is the Secret Service is not going to play that game, but they could change their minds. They could play this differently come Tuesday at 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time when they bring Trump into the court and they officially book him as being charged with 34 or 35 counts, some of which are felonies, if not all are felonies. They could decide, well, now we're going to go ahead and let him be handcuffed and do the whole, he's got to be in secure custody, and we're going to do the whole public perp walk is what they call it in New York City, among the law enforcement in New York City. Perp walk is when they haul you in handcuffs in front of the media cameras. They haul you out of a vehicle, they bring you into a back door at the courthouse, and you're wearing a bulletproof vest, and you're surrounded by cops, and you're in handcuffs. If the Secret Service plays that game, if they decide to go down that road Tuesday, if they decide to play the game Tuesday the way the left wants and prefers them to play it, then we'll know where the Secret Service stands with this country. Because by all rights and means, they have the president secured. It's not like he can run away or escape or become a fugitive or try to flee and escape custody. He's going and voluntarily flying up there Monday and going and walking in and turning himself in on Tuesday. And that's all something that the attorneys have arranged with the district attorney's office. And they have an agreement that he's going to willfully, peacefully walk in there and turn himself in. Face the hearing in front of the judge. Have the indictment unsealed and the charges read. And that'll be an official arraignment. Trump's not fighting or trying to run away or hide from this. So if the Secret Service decides to play the game the way they kind of played down in Mar-a-Lago, because the Secret Service could have gathered up all that paperwork and walked it out the front door and met the FBI on the sidewalk and said, sorry, this is a secure facility. You're not coming in here, warrant or no warrant. So that being said, if the Secret Service decides to go that route, then we'll know where they stand as far as loyalty to this nation and being patriots and following the letter of the law and doing things the right way, protecting their principal, Donald Trump. I don't know where it's going to go. We'll have to wait and see. So, moving on. Got some note cards here, and I'm just going to kind of read them off before I go into more of these articles I got up here. Not to take away from what officers Collazo and Engelbert did in Nashville by running in and taking down the shooter in the Presbyterian school. But this use and abuse of the word hero pisses me off, and let me explain why. They showed up and did the fucking job taxpayers pay them to do. These cops that go into these school shootings, these mass shootings, or anywhere for that matter, every day they go and do violent situations and they take out bad guys, arrest them or shoot them or do whatever they need to do within the law. We pay them to do that. They're tax-funded servants of the American people, the citizens of their community. They get paid to go in there and do this. They get paid to put themselves between danger and safety. They get paid to put their ass on the line. And all I heard the media do for 3 days was call everybody a fucking hero, and I'm sick and tired. I know some real heroes, knew some real heroes, but they didn't make it back home. They're dead. They're gone. They gave their lives. Granted, they were also paid a paycheck. They were in the military. They were serving their country. They went to war in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Africa, and a bunch of other places people don't even know about. I'll give you a little hint. They went to the Philippines and fought Al-Qaeda. They weren't just in Iraq and just in Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda is worldwide. A lot of men and women went out there and they died doing their job, doing what they were paid to do. We call them heroes because they made the ultimate sacrifice. That's what defines a hero. To give your life for another man, to give your life for another human being, to protect a nation and die and sacrifice the fact that you're never going to see your family again and they're never going to have you home again. That's what a hero is. Not two cops that went in there and did the job they're paid to do. Now, granted, you can size them up and put them next to the Uvalde cops who spent 70 minutes picking their nose and scratching their asses instead of running in and taking out a shooter. These guys did it right. Uvalde did it wrong. Okay, we'll give them praise. We'll hold them we'll hold them up as good cops that went out and did the job they're paid to do, and were prepared to lay down their lives if need be to stop the shooting and save these children's lives in that school. But stop using the word hero. That's a term that's loosely thrown around, just like a bunch of other terms out there that are loosely thrown around. Love, respect, fidelity, patriotism, God-fearing. These are terms that are thrown around and they don't mean anything anymore because they're just thrown around by media every day for stupid shit. I'm sorry. I'm not going to call these guys heroes. I'm going to call these guys good cops for doing the job they're paid to do. A lot of people might disagree with me on that. But until you put yourself in their shoes, you have no room to talk about that. And if you want that privilege to be on that pedestal and talk about that, then go down there, sign up, go through a 6-month or 8-month academy, grab a gun, put a badge on, go out there and serve and protect, get your ass on the street, fight the bad guys, put your life on the line every day, get spit on, get cussed at, get told what a piece of shit you are, get stabbed in the back by your supervisors and your own leadership in your community, and then you can talk about it. But until you put a badge on and put a vest on and sling a gun on and go out there and be a gunfighter, then you have no room to talk about it. Stop calling them heroes. They're cops that went and did the job they're fucking paid to do by the taxpayers in that community and the taxpayers in this country. So, yeah, that one really got on my nerves this week. Moving on. Biden and his fucking ice cream. On the Instagram that we have, the Instagram account, it was the only real way I could put the video up. Biden came out the other day for small women's business, something other bullshit, fucking woke, whatever speech he was giving to a small group of people. And this is right within hours of the Nashville shooting. And this entire country, including me sitting here in my little office, they're trying to come to grips with another mass shooting event by some radical asshole, left or right, it doesn't matter. This person was a mental case. They needed help. They were getting help. Turns out, a lot of good that did. They went in and they killed 3 kids and they killed 3 teachers, or 2 teachers and a custodian, a janitor. Biden came out and talked about fucking ice cream. And mind you, he named the brand name Jenny's Ice Cream. $12 for less than a pint. And he's bragging about having a refrigerator full of it at the White House, pushing this shit to his base, his constituency, a base that can't afford fucking cheap groceries, let alone $12 fucking ice cream the wealthy eat every day. What kind of arrogant, self-centered, selfish piece of shit comes out and brags to a group of people who can barely put fuel in their vehicle and get groceries at the grocery store right now? Who the hell comes out and starts bragging about an ice cream brand that most of these people have never even eaten before? We're not talking Ben and Jerry's here, folks. We're talking his little local Jenny's ice cream that's $12 for less than a pint. And he laughed. He cracked jokes. That's what he did right after the Nashville shooting when he came out and first off should have addressed that and then addressed this small women's business, owned business, whatever group meeting bullshit he was doing there in the West Wing or wherever the hell at the White House he was doing that at. But that's not what he did. He cracked jokes about ice cream, folks. I'm sure a lot of you saw that. I saw it in real time. I saw it as it actually happened. I was sitting here in front of the screen and watching Fox News when they went live because the president was going to come out and address the Nashville shooting and speak. And that's what I saw, and I about shit, and I think I even blew up a little bit and went off. And not 2 minutes later, the host of the show that I was watching on Fox News, they're like, they couldn't believe what they were seeing either. They couldn't fucking believe it. And what did he do? He automatically goes to banning assault weapons. How about banning not helping people with mental health problems? How about stop pushing wokeness that's screwing people up? How about being a patriot and doing what he claimed he was going to do? He was going to unite America. I knew he wasn't going to unite anything. We all did. People on the conservative right knew this piece of shit, this traitor, this child predator, this fraud that's in the White House that stole the fucking election and accepted the position in the election, knowing full well that he didn't win an election. This piece of shit, we knew he wasn't going to unite anybody and bring anybody together. He never was. He's never been a uniter in the Senate. The House of Representatives, for 48 years, he's been in service of this country, going on 49, I think. He's never been a uniter. He's been a divider. I remember a time when Senator Byrd was dying. He was the last member of Congress to have been an active member of the Ku Klux Klan. And I remember that Biden was the one that read the eulogy at the funeral. And even then, back then, that far back, he was dividing people because of that simple, stupid decision that he made to go talk to his constituency in the world and do a eulogy for a goddamn member of the Ku Klux Klan who sat on our Senate, our U.S. Senate. Moving on, let me define the fight over TikTok in the most simple way possible, because everybody knows that this whole TikTok, I watch the entire hearing, guys. I actually sit, sometimes I'm half asleep and awake, but at night or in the morning or whenever I get to bed, I listen to these Senate hearings. Lately, I've been skipping over the left because the Democrat representatives, it's a ball licking contest. It's who can kiss the ass of TikTok CEO, or who can kiss the ass of General Milley or Secretary Austin or Merrick Garland or Christopher Wray. Who can suck his dick better than the other one? That's what the Democrats do when they get up there and they're not throwing hard questions at these guys and calling them on their shit. Softball questions. Oh, I appreciate your service. And oh, we love that you served the country for so many years, blah, blah, blah. I skip over a lot of that. And I just go straight to the conservative Republican side, the representatives that are asking questions, because that's where I want to hear what answers these assholes give. And this Chinese fucking plant at TikTok, the American division of TikTok CEO, got up in front of Congress and basically didn't answer any fucking questions. He did exactly what Ray does and Garland and everyone else when they get up there. I actually listened to Milley the other day, 2 days ago. yesterday or day before. I think it was 2 days ago. And he actually answered questions. He gave some real bullshit answers and he lied a lot. But he didn't try to avoid the questions. He actually soldiered up for once in his fucking career and actually answered questions. Let me define the fight over TikTok in the most simple way possible. Ask yourself, does TikTok make you love China and hate America? No, of course not. TikTok is a bunch of dumbasses and a bunch of weirdos that make stupid, pointless videos. And some of it's funny, some of it's not. It's all for entertainment. You watch a TikTok video or two. Sometimes I put them up on the Discord for everybody to laugh at. And then you move on with your life. This whole TikTok argument of banning TikTok, we have to protect the useless beta population and their weak minds. They are sheep, brainless, can't think for themselves. Kind of like the useless fraud Congress slut Alexandria, a.k.a. Sandy Ocasio-Cuban commie lover Cortez. Don't get me started on her, but these people are sheep. They are easily influenced. They see a TikTok video and now they love China and hate America because TikTok said so. These people are, unfortunately, sadly, a lot of these people vote. They have no fucking brain in their head, guys. That's the fight over TikTok, is we got to protect the sheep. Because these people have no brain to think for themselves. And that's me summing up the TikTok fight. Other than the fact they're gathering all of our data, but they're doing exactly, TikTok is doing exactly what the FBI does every day. Collects data on American citizens, investigates American citizens without a warrant. Like Dan Bongino says, they are, you show me the man and I'll find you the crime. Instead of you show me a crime and I will go and find the guy that committed it. Communism 101, folks. I don't know when I wrote this or where I got this from, but I'm going to go ahead and read this. Speaking of beta males, sometimes I get called on the whole beta alpha thing, and now everybody wants to go the Sigma route. Oh, well, there's Sigma. And Sigma are the ones that'll have to stand up when the alphas refuse to stand up and defend this country and stand up for American values and blah, blah. And I'm like, Sigma is a beta. Okay, Sigma needs to go down and shut the fuck up. Because when that day comes and the Spartans decide they've had enough of this shit and the alphas decide to take action, you're running around calling yourself some Sigma bullshit or Omega whatever. You can do whatever you want, but you probably need to get the hell out of the way before you get run the fuck over. That's my opinion. Why would a 40 or 50-year-old male, as I refuse to call these fucking weirdos men, I'll call them males, wear skinny beta male jeans? You guys ever seen guys wear skinny jeans? Like they look like a woman when they wear these. Like they're trying to be tight, and I don't know. I don't get it. But here's what I wrote. Skinny beta male jeans. Question I asked is, why would a 40 or 50-year-old male wear skinny beta male jeans? Simple. They think that's what girls in their teens and 20s like, and these ages are what they prefer. If I see a 40 or even a 30-something or 40 or 50-year-old man running around wearing jeans so tight his balls are about to blow up, all I'm looking at is a guy that's probably a fucking child predator. And if somebody gets offended by that, then give me an argument as to why my thinking is wrong. I've spent the last several years meeting new people in every kind of community you can imagine. And I've talked to some of these guys, and I've hung around them, and, the entire time they thought I was their buddy, their friend, their buddy, old pal. I'm not their friend. I'm not their buddy. I don't go hang out with them and drink on weekends and, and fuck around and watch sports games and all that shit. I just hung around them enough to try to, analyze them, figure them out. And that's what I ran into. This one guy I knew is like in his 50s, and he's dating a fucking girl that's 19 years old. And he runs around in skinny jeans with his hat on sideways, looks like a fucking idiot. When I talk about beta males, that's kind of who I'm referring to. I'm talking about guys that went through puberty and their voice never dropped. Their balls didn't either. I'm talking about guys that when the first bullets fly in the conflict that's coming, they'll be the first ones running and hiding behind a guy like me or you. And all they're going to be is in the fucking way. Dead weight. These aren't warriors, folks. These aren't warriors. They're boys that never grew up. While the rest of us went and grew up faster than we probably should have. I'm going to move on here. That's the last of my notes I took. That's, I think, 20 minutes of me watching the news and the media and having reflections, and I wrote them down. And so I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to go up here and look at a couple of articles that sprang up a little earlier today, and then I'm going to get into some serious security concerns and precautions that everybody needs to take very serious and take to heart. Former FBI Director James Comey refers to Donald Trump indictment as a good day. First of all, anybody that ever served in a position like he did, Director of the FBI, should be mature enough and responsible enough to say what's happened is a turning point in this country. If you didn't want to call it a bad day, that's fine. But it's a turning point in this country, and it's something that we all need to pay very close attention to and be very, very cautious and wary of right now. The fact that we are indicting a former sitting U.S. president. I'll be the first one to say that no president's above the law. And if he breaks the law, he should face the consequences. Should be indicted, charged, tried, and convicted if he did commit the crime and a jury of his peers said so. But we don't have juries of our peers anymore, people. If you vote Republican, which is a matter of public record, by the way, how you register to vote, and you live somewhere like Los Angeles or Washington, D.C. or New York City or Minneapolis or Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, or God knows any other major city, and you get in trouble or you get sued and you have to go to court and sit in front of a jury of your peers, do you honestly believe that you're going to have a fair trial? Dan Bongino said it over and over again the last few months, and he said it again today on his podcast. If you live in a Democrat state or a Democrat city, get the hell out. And I kind of laughed about it because I've been telling people that for at least the last 3 years. Get the hell out of there. Even before Trump and the election in 2020, even before that, I was telling people, get out of the cities. Get as far away from them as you can, because there is not an equal application of the law in these cities. If you're a whack job and you got major mental issues and you think you're 142 different sexes or you're none of the above, you're not male or female, and you vote a certain way, Democrat, and you join a group like BLM or Antifa, you're going to go in front of a jury of your peers and you're going to walk out of the courtroom a free man, regardless who you killed or who you raped or who you hurt or who you victimized. James Comey. Every FBI director has gone and sat in front of the newly elected president and said, you're going to follow the rules and you're going to play the game the way we tell you to play it, because this is what we know about you. This is what we can do to you. And this is why we get presidents like Obama and Bush and Clinton, who don't do anything to better this country. And if anything, they destroyed it. They brought us closer and closer to tyranny every election, every term, the last several presidents. Trump was the first one that had the balls to stand up to Comey and say, get the fuck out of my office, when he tried that shit with him. And Comey took that personal. I don't care what his opinion is of what happened today with this indictment. Russian invasion was wrong. Views from China on war in Ukraine. Folks, don't be fooled by this. If China truly believed that Russia going into Ukraine was wrong, then why are they offering to sell weapons and they're only selling their used shit, the shit they bought from Russia, they're selling back to them? Why would they sell weapons and ammunition and the tools of war? Why would they sell Putin all this shit if they believe that the invasion was wrong? This is China's way of trying to say we are now the world power. We are the U.S. The U.S. is not going to exist much longer. The United States is going to collapse. And if you go the biblical route and you do an historical analysis of the Bible, you find that the United States doesn't exist in the end times. And we're getting closer and closer to that every day. I'm not even going to read that article because it's self-explanatory. Florida okays bill to carry concealed guns without a permit. Florida is becoming now a constitutional carry state. How many states have done this in the last 5 years? Pretty much every red state's been doing this if they weren't already. Wyoming, West Virginia are two states where you could always carry concealed without a permit. You could always constitutionally carry a firearm. Now all these other red states are starting to wake up to the realization that when they pass a law like this and people can now carry concealed weapons, guess what? The cops get nervous, the bad guys get scared, and the good guys stop having to worry about crime waves in their fucking communities. So good for DeSantis and good for Florida for finally coming around and pulling their head out of their ass and getting rid of this permit bullshit, which is an exact violation of our Second Amendment rights. And you know that's not making the left happy. Not that we really care. Because they don't find any middle ground or any coming together and, doing anything bipartisan and trying to find a way to bring this country together and come to an agreement on how to better prevent mass shootings and violence in our cities. They're not interested in that. They have their minds zeroed in and their radar is pointing to one thing and one thing only. Get rid of the guns, get rid of the Second Amendment. Hell, for that matter, just tear up the Constitution and let's start over. And let's call it socialism. It's communism, but they're going to call it socialism. So good for Florida. Now, if every one of these states that are going to constitutional carry could come back and start the convention of states, and if we can actually get a convention, we can throw this government out of power. We can get rid of Biden. We don't need an impeachment. He's just done. He's out. He's gone. They'll physically remove him from the White House. Every one of his staff, every person that ever was nominated by him, they're done. They're gone. We need a convention of states. All these red states that are doing this constitutional carry, that should be the next step. Will that happen? Probably not. But that's the truth. I'm going to move on to the next one I found was pretty interesting here. I only got two left, and then I'm going to move on to some security stuff. Massive ocean discovered beneath the Earth's crust containing more water than on the surface. If you guys have been following Suspicious Observers like I suggested everybody do on YouTube, Ben Davidson, Suspicious Observers, you're going to see these articles and you're going to read these published papers that these journals that these so-called astrophysicists, scientists, biologists, engineers, all these people from NASA in that world, you're going to be able to see through the bullshit. You're going to clearly see through it. And that brings me to the weather, folks. Tonight with all these tornadoes, yesterday and the day before, all these tornadoes in the south. Having tornadoes out of season, November, December, January, February. I grew up in Texas. I grew up in Tornado Alley. I come from the heart of Tornado Alley. Spent a lot of time in Wichita, Kansas, and all that area down south towards Lubbock and as far south as Midland, Odessa. That's where I spent my childhood, and I grew up in the heart of Tornado Alley. It's not an alley anymore. It's a fucking parking lot at a casino. Never have I seen a tornado from Dallas to Lubbock in the middle of November, December, January, or February, or March for that matter. That didn't happen. Our weather is changing. They want to call it global warming. They want to say that there's only 2 more years or 4 more years or 8 more. They keep, moving the goalposts, but they want to say that global warming and climate change, we're all going to die and the world's going to end. Well, that's people that actually don't sit down and read the papers and these journals that these scientists put out. They want to ignore the actual science and the actual data. They don't want to come out and admit that the sun is going through a phase right now, a solar cycle, and is affecting the Earth's weather. It's affecting it negatively. And we're going to see worse storms more often, to the point where the weather is going to be almost so violent and bad that being on the surface is going to be a hazard to your health. I mean, we're going to look at tennis ball size hell. We're looking at bowling ball size hell, folks. We're looking at lightning strikes that are so violent that you can compare the lightning strikes on the planet Earth to lightning strikes on other planets. Winds that are going to exceed 100 mile an hour sustained, 150 mile an hour sustained. Not gusts, but sustained winds, meaning constant, base level winds. The oceans are going to turn up. They want to build windmills. These windmills aren't going to last through that. They're all going to fall down and break. They're going to shit. These windmills are a joke, folks. The weather is going to get bad for the next 3 to 5 years. Something that they're not talking about, but even Monkey brought up that his flight over to Israel and then his flight over to Hawaii, his flight, they hit some massive turbulence. It was bumping people out of their seats in these aircraft. We've got Intrepid in here tonight, and if he wants to come in and touch a little bit on this this wave of turbulence that's happening all around the world, especially overseas flights. A lot of this is occurring over the Pacific and the Atlantic, parts of the Indian Ocean. And what's interesting is in studying this and following the science and watching what's happening, they've actually got TFRs out over the Pacific that are moving constantly and moving them around, but they're TFRs that are being put up for turbulence. We're seeing turbulence we've never seen before in aircraft, or having to fly around these massive turbulence pockets in the atmosphere. And it's not something that the media is going to talk about. They've absolutely refused in major news network media to talk about it, to even touch on it. And a few brave scientists out there are willing to publish a paper and say, look, climate's changing. Things are happening. This is some of the least we're going to see in the next 3 to 5 years. The rest of them are just too scared to speak up on it. So if any of you guys plan on getting on an airplane and flying long distance over the ocean to another foreign country anytime soon, be prepared to have the shit scared out of you. Turbulence is not fun. It's scary. Imagining your plane's flying along and all of a sudden you drop really quick in altitude and then jump back up in altitude, and it's like flying over a thermal. And it's scary. It'll get your attention. It can also break up an airplane and cause it to crash. If it's violent enough, the pocket of turbulence is violent enough, it will disassemble an aircraft mid-flight. I mean, it happens. It's happened before. It'll happen again. But the weather's changing. Things are getting rough. Things are getting bad out there, and we're seeing that. And it's not global warming. It's solar activity. It's called the Maunder minimum and the solar maximum. And then those of you that are following Suspicious Observers on YouTube, I'm going to throw a bone to them and put that out there. If you listen to his briefing every single morning at 5:36 a.m., get up, take your morning shower before you go to work, turn on Suspicious Observers. When the alert comes up, boom, watch your 3-minute brief. And then go back in the afternoon when you got time and listen to the Q&As that he does. Watch the playlist. And he breaks it all down and explains to everybody what's going on with these flights and why these overseas flights are seeing such crazy weather when people are flying to Israel or Europe or going over to Asia or Hawaii for that matter. Why there are constant TFRs over the Pacific right now because of turbulence. Why are we seeing an increase in earthquakes? Why are we seeing the mass peak of volcanic activity on the planet right now? That's not man-made global warming, folks. So buckle up and prepare for some bad weather. You live in a modular home, or you live in a trailer, you live in something and you're in Tornado Alley, you might want to go get a real house and maybe build it out of cinder block. Weather's going to change. So I found this article kind of funny. They found an ocean underneath the Earth's crust containing more water than on the surface. What's next? Fracking has destroyed the entire subsurface ocean. That'll be their next big, huge discovery, that the entire planet, our entire future water supply has been ruined by fracking. I know for a fact that there's not an ocean under the crust, because the deeper you go into the earth, the hotter it gets. And if you go about 8,000 feet, and I've been 8,000 to 10,000 feet deep in the earth with a drilling rig. I've drilled that deep, if not deeper, on some wells that I did out in North Dakota, 11,000 feet. When you get to those depths, you're getting to 300-400 degree temperatures down there. And the deeper you go, the hotter it gets. If there's any water down there, it's not water. Might be steam, but it's not water. Even under pressure, you can still boil water with a pressure rating of 200, 400, 600 psi. You get deep enough down there, you're looking at 11, 12, 14, 16, 1800 psi. Under pressure, water will still boil. Won't freeze, but it'll boil. It'll turn to steam. So that's a bullshit article. There's a lot of that going around. I don't really know what to say to that, to be honest with you guys. Taiwan scrambles jets, ships after irrational actions by Chinese military. So let me touch a little bit on Russia and Ukraine, and let me touch a little bit on China and Taiwan. The security threat here in the United States right now, at present, is the Chinese, what we'll call illegal immigrants, because that's what they are, that are showing up at the Mexican and the Canadian border, and they're crossing illegally into the U.S. These are Chinese nationals. Just in the last year, we saw 900. Actually, I take that back. Just in the last 5 months, we've seen a 900% increase in the amount of interdictions with Chinese nationals coming and attempting to enter our border. And when I see pictures of these guys, and I'll tell you they're guys, they're not all women or children. They're men. They're Chinese military-age fighting males that are crossing our border. There might be one or two girls in there, but hell, in China, women serve in the military side by side with men. They carry a weapon. They're trained to go into combat. Everyone in China that joins the military, is forced to join the military, is trained in combat. That's the Asian way of doing things. They'll send their women and their children into war. They're not afraid to do it, because victory is their ultimate campaign. That's all they care about. 900% increase in Chinese nationals crossing our border in the last 5 months. China wants to take Taiwan, but I can promise you that when China takes Taiwan, that will be a conflict that the United States will not win. That it's going to be a short fight, but it's going to be just enough to piss the Chinese off while they're preparing to invade the United States, attack us here in the homeland, hit us with cyber, hit us with espionage, running around blowing up our power plants, our nuclear plants, our fuel plant, our refineries, our rail system, our ability to travel by air, our airports. Any infrastructure that they can put damage to, that's what they're going to hit first, starting with cyber. And there's going to be guys and gals out there that are going to say, bro, you're taking it way too far with the United States being invaded. There's too many Americans with too many guns. Remember what I was telling you guys about all those guys wearing skinny jeans a while ago? Most every one of those dudes that I talked about in their 40s and 50s wearing women's jeans on their ass, they own guns. They own rifles. Got a pistol or two at home. That's part of those 450 million firearms that are privately owned by citizens of the United States. 450 million. But where are those guys wearing those skinny jeans going to go? They're not going to go to the front line and fight. Can't rely on them to push back an invasion out of this country. Hell, more than half of those guys are probably going to go join the Chinese. Those aren't men. Those aren't warriors. Those are not the people that we can count on. A while ago, I mentioned 39% of Americans believe in patriotism as part of their life in this country. 39% of Americans believe that religion is an important part of their lives and their children's lives. 39%. We're getting closer and closer every day to that 3%. They say, this is a claim, I cannot verify this, but a lot of people want to believe in it, that only 3% of the colonists in this country stood up, picked up a weapon, and fought the British during the Revolutionary War and fought back. 3%. I think it was more than 3%. Might have been 3% the first. A hell of a lot more than that when the British started killing civilians. So they can believe in that 3% or 1% or whatever, but I'm going to tell you right now that the majority of people in this country that own a firearm care about one thing and one thing only, and that's their family, which there's no problem with that. They need to protect their family, their kids, and their wives. And what's theirs? It's their property. But are they going to protect yours or any other neighbor? Are these community-driven people that believe in a strong community, a healthy community? Do they believe in fighting for their neighbors and their fellow man and their brothers and being patriots and fighting for this country? 39% believe patriotism is an important part of their life, according to the Wall Street Journal NORC poll that they just took. 39%. It's less than 39%, folks. Of the people that answered the poll, which were probably more conservatives than liberals, of the majority of those people that answered that poll and put their answer down, 39% showed up to answer the call on that poll. 12% is more like it. I'm thinking 12% of the people in this country actually practice patriotism every day. And I'll stand by that. And I may be way off. But until I see otherwise, until I'm proven otherwise, by data, by factual information, I'm going to stand by 12%. 12% of Americans in this country will stand up and fight when the call comes. I'm watching the news, and I'm watching major media, and I'm listening to these podcasts by these big timers out there. These other guys like Joe Rogan, and I won't name the others, but Joe Rogan's like one of the most popular. And they're talking about, well, it looks like your child is only 21 years old or 18 years old. And if we go to war, they're going to get drafted. That's a reality. Well, you know, if your kid happens to be flat-footed or has a balance issue or, you know, can't see straight or has trouble reading, you know, they won't get drafted, right? We already have grown men who call themselves warriors in this country telling other grown men how to get their kids out of going and serving their country. Now, I'll add that personally, I don't want my two sons going to war for some stupid bullshit, fighting for a traitor in the White House. But I do want them to stand up and fight for their country and fight for their future and fight for their children's future. But I will not tell another man how to get his own kid out of having to get drafted into a war. It's not a conversation I'll have with anybody. Your kid gets drafted, he better get off his ass and go do what he has to do. Now, I don't blame him for having that attitude that the next war is going to be bullshit and even worse than the wars in the past, and it's going to be a pointless fucking war to fight because no one's going to win the war. But we're not going to sit here and have a conversation about how to get your kid, your special little kid, your privileged fucking kid out of going to war. That's disgusting. And that's all part of that 39% of Americans that believe in patriotism, where I believe 12% will actually practice what they preach. I'm going to get off my soapbox on that real quick. And I'm going to go into some serious security discussion here real quick before we get off of here. And again, I'll go and edit this to where it's only going to be the last hour and a half of our conversation tonight. And then we'll move on. You guys won't have to watch the whole 3.5 hours before this. And I'm not sure with my schedule how many more of these sit reps I'm going to do or discussions I'm going to do, or if you want to call it a podcast, whatever. I'm not sure how many I'm going to be able to do, but I'm going to try to do a lot more here in the very near future. And when I'm sitting here telling my own guys and my own teammates and my own brothers and my own people that I care about and I'm responsible for, when I'm telling them Ghost Protocol is activated, that we are now looking at a serious situation, and it's time to start mobilizing and centering our efforts and our utilities and our assets and getting ready to at least secure and keep peaceful the area we're in. That's not an exaggeration. It's time to start having that conversation. I'm going to start with Trump and the indictment in this whole New York City, calling every single cop to be in uniform, prepared to be on call and ready to react on Tuesday when the president shows up to go get his arraignment. And every cop in the entire city needs to be ready to respond. Folks, don't be blinded by the bullshit. That is the left doing what the left does best, trying to incite violence. They want the patriots to react. When the indictment was leaked, the information on an indictment was leaked 2.5 weeks ago, or whenever it was. That was done intentionally, and it was done by law enforcement. Law enforcement are the ones that leaked that shit, and it got out, and it got back to Trump. And when it got to Trump, Trump came out on his Truth Social and made the announcement, and everybody started getting online and social media and talking and messaging and communicating. And during that time, the United States military and the federal law enforcement agencies in this country, with the help of local law enforcement agencies, and the DARPA program and the HBAL balloon loon project, with the surveillance balloons and all the listening signals intelligence that they have, the capabilities to perform, all of that was in high gear during the last 2 weeks. So if anybody got on social media and talked about, oh my God, this is bullshit, let's go get him, let's go to DC, let's go to New York, let's protect Trump, let's get ready to go to war, all you did was put yourself on every fucking list they have out there, and then some. So that when they start going door to door to door to door and picking out patriots who need to be transferred down to Gitmo, which is now a goddamn patriot prison, that was a surveillance operation, folks. That was a PSYOP and a signals intelligence gathering operation. That's all it was. And they didn't even have to try and make an effort to convince everybody to open their mouth. All they had to do was leak Trump's indictment a couple weeks early. Just like the other day when they said they're going to push out, 2 days ago, they're going to push out the indictment for another month, and they were going to take a recess for the grand jury to come back in a month, come back in April. And then 2 days later, district attorney announces. And by the way, that was leaked also. There should be an internal investigation in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office of which law enforcement officer, agent, or member of the District Attorney's Office, employee, staffer, whoever, who was the person that leaked that to the Times. Because that's where it came out. New York Times. That's where it came from. Who did that? Who's the one that put that word out that the indictment's coming down? And then officially, 2 hours later, Alvin Bragg addresses and says, yes, we have an indictment. and notifies the legal team for Trump. Folks, it's a program. If you've read the book, if you've actually taken the time to read the book, or you've worked in the intelligence, field, or you've worked in the security field long enough, you know what the book says. This is all done by, this is all planned. This is all being done by design. So I did put it out that amongst the leadership of the militias in this country, by the way, they've been real quiet for the last couple of years, and everybody's been scratching their head going, where the hell's all those patriots that showed up to all those protests, and it showed up to all the Capitol buildings, and showed up to all the Antifa rallies and all this shit and pushed back? I'm not talking about the Proud Boys. I'm not talking about the Oath Keepers. I'm talking about just state militia leaders, state militia, regional militia leaders. I'm talking about the guys that actually go out every single weekend and actually get down in the dirt, do training and prepare. They're preppers. They're always preparing for disaster. They're taking communications classes. Some of these guys are even enrolled in college courses. They're studying the Ranger Handbook. These guys take this shit serious because they lead a group of people that actually will get off their ass and go out and do something to protect and preserve their communities. They'll get up and organize and go and hand out water or food or go pick up, the mess after a disaster like the tornadoes down in Mississippi. And people say, well, that's the militia. I don't want to join the militia. Well, you don't have to join the militia. You damn sure don't have to become a member or call yourself by a name or identify yourself that way, because if you do that, you're just making yourself a target. But you can be militia because every citizen in every community is already in the militia. You are a member of the militia. It's your birthright. The Bill of Rights, the Constitution of the United States. You're already in the militia. You've got to be willing to go out and partake in a recovery operation or a community cleanup operation. And it doesn't have to be after a tornado. You can just take 5 of your buddies and go down the highway and clean up trash on the side of the road. That's what a militia does. And just by the nature of the word militia, you are a target. You are public enemy number one. You're a threat to the Democrats' version of democracy, which is more like Stalin's version of democracy, Lenin's version of democracy. Those two men thought they came up with the perfect system and the perfect example of democracy while they were mass murdering their own people in their own country. You are public enemy number one. And so the call out has gone out quietly amongst all the militia leadership in this country and everybody who communicates and talks, that everybody stood down and been very low, laid low, quiet the last 2 years. And the reason for that is all the government needs is a fucking excuse to lock you up, put bullshit charges on you, take you off the street, and they're getting rid of the only resistance there's going to be in this country to fight back. When they decide that Trump indictment and going to court is not enough, we want full-blown tyranny. Now we're going to take your money and we're going to take your rights and you're going to submit to our version of freedom. And you're not going to vote in the next election unless we say you can. And you're going to vote the way we want you to vote. So the militias have been laying low, and people like me and everyone else have been scratching their heads going, where's the militia? Why are they not down on the southern border? Why are they not at these protests? Why are they not doing this and that? Well, if you haven't heard it from anyone else yet, let me be the first ones to tell you guys, the militia is on the border right now. They're providing private security for ranchers and landowners down there, and they're trying to help these sheriffs, and they're doing it covertly, clandestine, trying to help maintain order down there, but they're not doing it under the flag of a militia. The militias are showing up to these protests, and they're sitting back in the background like civilians, like observers, just sitting back watching, documenting, gathering intelligence. The militia didn't go underground per se. The militia just decided to go clandestine. Get off the fucking radar. gather intelligence, gather information, and be prepared to deal with whatever this administration throws at us. So, if there's any patriots out there, or self-proclaimed patriots, or militia, or protester, whatever you want to call yourself by whatever title, do not, and I repeat, do not show up to Washington, D.C., Mar-a-Lago, Florida, West Palm Beach, or New York City, Manhattan, downtown at the DA's office on Tuesday. They're mobilizing a fucking army, and half of that army is just the cops on the street. The other half of that army is every intelligence analyst and every special agent this country's got eyes on New York City. And they mobilized everybody last week. You heard it from me first. Everybody got called up, and half of the ones that got called up mobilized and left last week and headed to the East Coast. Okay? That's not information that's publicly known. It's not something you're ever going to hear on the news or read in an article. And that's probably not something they want anybody to know. But they rallied everybody up last week and said, get out of here. You got a week or 2 or 3 week operation. And that's where everybody's at. One of the reasons I got the fuck off the East Coast, I didn't want to be out there anymore. I like where I'm at now. Do not go to New York City. Let the leftist extremists show up and hold their signs. Trump is over, and we must do this now, and he's a criminal, and America freedom, and blah, blah, blah. Let them hold their flags and burn their American flag. Let them do what they're going to do. Stand down and stand back and stand away. And I'm not repeating what Trump said. I'm simply stating, do not go to the cities. You're walking into an ambush. You show up in New York or Washington, D.C. or West Palm Beach, Florida, you are going to be tagged and you are going to be caught up in a geofencing intelligence net, and there's no way out of it. I guarantee you no one's going to show up without a cell phone in their pocket. Maybe 1 or 2 out there will, because they're smart enough to know what signals intelligence is all about. But the rest of them are going to show up with a cell phone in their pocket. And that's exactly what they want you to do. I'm going to tell you straight up, guys. Every analyst out there knows right now in this very moment knows there's not going to be a mass protest in New York City on Tuesday. But the left is going to make believe that there's a threat. That'll come out probably tomorrow or Sunday, that there's some kind of confirmed or elevated reason to have a threat level in New York City, that there's, confirmed intelligence or data stating that there is a threat, blah, blah, blah. Stormy Daniels has a security, what was it? Security, I can't remember the exact words, but she had an interview with Piers Morgan tonight. Got canceled for security reasons, safety reasons. That's probably bullshit. I don't think anybody's going to waste their time on a prostitute, but, I could be wrong. But all this is an intelligence gathering operation to identify everybody who is a threat. And if you show up, you are a threat. And they are going to do to you what anybody would do to a threat. They're going to eliminate it. Stay the fuck out of New York City. Stay out of Washington, D.C. Stay away from every major city, and stay the hell away from Mar-a-Lago. What was it, last night? The protesters were down there in front of Mar-a-Lago, the pro-Trump protesters, showing their support for Donald Trump. I saw a bunch of little old ladies down there holding American flags. That's all that needs to show up. That's all the support he needs right now. And I'm sorry, but Lindsey Graham can kiss my ass. Going on national TV on Fox News and telling everybody, if you want to help Donald Trump, donate money to him. I'm sorry, but most people cannot afford a tank of gas, tank of diesel, or food and groceries for their refrigerator to feed their kids right now. Nobody needs to donate a single dollar or a dime to Donald Trump. He's a billionaire. Don't be giving your money to Donald Trump thinking you're supporting Trump and you're doing your part. If you want to do your part, go home, buy groceries, stockpile food and water. Make sure you have the necessities that you need to take care of yourself and your family when times get hard, and they're about to get real fucking hard. And if the banks doing what they're doing right now and the economy doing what it's doing right now and the price of gold and silver and everything, China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine, everything that's happening is like a big, huge billboard on the side of the interstate lit up with LEDs telling you, buckle down, lay low, get your shit together so you can protect your own. Make sure you have your security element in place. Your supplies and your assets are in order. Your radio communications, your food, your water, your shelter, all your basics. Make sure that you're squared away. Then go worry about whatever you need to worry about. And if you don't believe me, go read the Bible. Or go over to S2 and read the updates, the wires that are being put out every day right now. It's on our Discord. If you're not a member of our group and you're not on our Discord, get with me directly, and we'll see about getting you hooked up with that. And you can read the intelligence updates and the different S2 and the guys at Port Observer, and you could look through and join up on their service and start getting their daily reports. And then read our comments, our analyst comments. Find out what our thoughts are on all this that's going on. If you need to be convinced, let me convince you of this. If you're just now going to get started on being prepared, you're way too late. But there's never a better time to start than now. Some of the guys like Monkey and the rest, and I'm not going to name everybody, but the ones that have made it public themselves, we're 6 months out, if not less, from a global conflict, a full-blown war that could go either way. It could go conventional or it could go nuclear in a heartbeat. Be prepared for that. Buy your potassium chloride. Be sure that you have the stuff that you need to maintain life in a breathing human body to protect the other breathing human bodies in your family. Make sure you have the supplies that you need. You're never going to be able to prepare for every single scenario, but you can get goddamn close to preparing for almost all of them. And honestly, right now, I really can't make a decision on which way this is going to go. Global war, nuclear, boom, everybody kiss your ass goodbye. Or we're going to have 6 months to a year of complete and total police state tyranny in this country, where you're going to see Homeland Security agents running everywhere, with IRS agents running everywhere, with fully automatic weapons, and a bunch of FEMA people out there that are going to hold a bag of MRE food up for you and say, here's your ration for the week, with a gun pointed at your head. I can't decide which way it's going to go, but every which way they're trying to make it go right now is not good. And if you can't see the sign on the side of the highway telling you, get your shit together, then I can't help you. Go listen to 30 other guys on their podcast tell you right now is the time that you need to be thinking about getting everything done as quickly as possible. Invest your money into being prepared. I had to go buy a new smartphone the other day, and I'm pissed because that's $500 I would have rather spent on ammo, beans, and bullets, guys. Food, water, and ammo. Not happy about that expense that I had to fork out, but, I mean, you got to have a cell phone, right? It's kind of hard to go to work and not have a phone to communicate with your supervisors or your bosses or your clients and customers. You got to have a cell phone. And that was one of those I had to have it. So, 6 months. And that's if we're lucky. Because everything right now, as fast as things are moving, as fast as things are being pushed, the way things are going right now, we're looking at 6 months. Intrepid, you want to jump in here real quick and add any of this? And guys, give him a second because he might be busy. Take him a second to get over here.
No, I'm
While
not
we're
that.
waiting, here he is.
No, I'm not that busy. Yeah, I
Got
pretty
your
much.
mute button on, brother?
What now? Say again? Anyway, I thought you said something. No big deal. Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of a war. This is nothing more than an assault on.
Yeah, you got your mute
Western
button on,
civil-
maybe. I cannot hear you. Let me make sure I'm good on my end here. I don't have any. Oh, I know what happened. Hang on 1 second.
Yep, go ahead.
I do have my speaker off, so give me 1 second.
There you go.
I swear I'm the king of technical difficulties. I mastered that.
Yeah, well.
And of course, my computer is really slow right now because I don't know, I'm pumping a whole lot of bandwidth through it. So give me 1 second. Bye, connect. Here we go. All right, I got you.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Nope,
No, I
still don't.
I agree
there
with
you
what-
are. Okay, there's a little bit. There's a little bit of a delay. Go ahead. It's all you.
Good. I agree with what's been said. This is nothing more than a assault on Western civilization. People, you just need to calm down, use your brain. Your intellect will always beat power. Right now, the government is thinking they're going to win the war because they have the power. The power doesn't win wars. Thinking wins wars. So you just need to stop, think, observe, plan. We're in this for the long haul. And yeah, find out who your neighbors are, find out where your friends are, find out your rally points. Things are going to get much worse before they get better. And good luck. You're going to be right in the middle of all this. So, yeah, keep your eyes open. Watch what's happening. There's a lot of clues out there, a lot of data points out there. Stuff is spiraling out of control very quickly. So, it's about all I could say.
Do you got any input on the aircraft turbulence that's been occurring and shaking our aircraft up as they've been flying around? And what's going on with this FAA 45% delays over the summer? What's the story behind that? Do you know anything on that?
I'm not too familiar with all the turbulence. The FAA system itself is totally saturated. And, they can't keep up with it all. Not to mention the fact that they don't have enough pilots and flight crew. The whole thing is turning into a shit show. And all of that could have been dealt with earlier. It was all predictable. But once again, all the administrators and the people that run the airlines were trying to maximize their profits, and they screwed us again. Personally, although I'm a professional pilot, I don't particularly like flying. I'd rather take a train or drive. I mean, going to an airport anymore is just it's a nightmare. And I have all the credentials to whiz through TSA checkpoints and everything else. It's still a nightmare. So, yeah, I don't think I would fly unless you had to go someplace really long distance. If it's just, one state to the next state, it's not worth it. It probably, as I say, quicker to take a train or drive. So the heck with the FAA. And the idiot that they were going to put in as the new head of the FAA, who I think decided better that he shouldn't be there, is typical of the problem. You got all these people that shouldn't be doing the job. All these equity hires are now trying to tell everybody how to do their job, and it's a disaster. It's a total disaster. So,
Yeah, it is. I heard that a lot of the private aircraft that fly in and out of these airports are overwhelming the airports when they're in their peak busy times, like like on a holiday or Super Bowl is a good example. We looked at all the private aircraft all over the country on the Skyglass program, and we saw all the private aircraft flights, all the Gulfstreams and the Learjets and all that, just mad rush to Phoenix. That morning, the Super Bowl was going to happen, and then not within 2 hours after the Super Bowl was done, taking the data on the Skyglass, separating all the military and private aircraft and from the commercial aircraft, all you saw was a mass flight out of Phoenix back to where these people came from. These are the rich people that went to the Super Bowl on their private airplanes. And I'm sure that the Phoenix airport had delay after delay after delay after delay because, well, it's hard to get your flight on time and, take off and land when you're supposed to when you've got 40 freaking private Learjets and Gulfstreams in the lineup and they're jockeying for spot number 1 on the runway. And there's been a lot of that lately. Like people that have money that have these aircrafts are just flying to, and we're watching it too closely because like this protest that occurred down in Tennessee, and now today we have the protest at the Capitol in Kentucky. We're looking at the private aircraft flying in there. Who's flying in there, taking these idiots the money and the tools that they need to go do these protests? We see the government flying in there. They're usually a day or two ahead. They fly in there. They drop their agents and their intelligence people in there. And then 2-3 days later, they all fly out back to Washington, D.C. We're watching all that activity. But I heard from a couple of different guys that the private aircraft's kind of the issue. I think Monkey touched on that as well. And that's causing a big issue at the airports. But I think a lot of it has to do with weather patterns changing. These storms that we're seeing and these overseas flights having to take longer routes and fly different standard routes to go over to Europe or Asia because of all this turbulence and activity over the Pacific and the Atlantic. And it's interesting to see where the TFRs are being put and where it's happening based on the data, like kind of cross-referencing what we're seeing on the TFRs with what suspicious observers reporting, but where we're going to see the turbulence, set in before it gets really, really bad here in a year or two. But where the patterns are changing, where the weather's changing, where the magnetic field is weakening and affecting the solar activity on the surface of the planet and our immediate atmospheres, and why we're seeing these thermals that are popping up like they are off the ocean. So it's kind of interesting to watch that, kind of look at the map and kind of read into what he's sharing with us and the studies that are out there that are public that they published. It's interesting. I just thought maybe you'd have a little more insight, but I'd like you to look into that if you can. If you have time.
No, I could do that. I still have friends that are flying the 777s across the Atlantic and so forth. So I'll just ask. But
I heard it not just from Monkey about the turbulence when he took his flight to Israel and his flight after that at Christmas over to Hawaii, but I've got other buddies that have flown overseas. Quite a few of them that are coming back and forth out of Poland and Ukraine, actually. And they're like, dude, that was the roughest flight I've ever been on. And I keep hearing that from everybody that makes a trip home or makes a trip back over there.
Yeah. I'll ask. I'll get back to you in a few days. That's not a problem. I spend more time on the ocean than I do in the air anymore, but the ocean isn't all that much better. The weather's been crap.
No, like you were mentioning down there in the Caribbean and going down towards Panama that you were in some waters that were unusual.
Yeah, the weather has just been really, really crappy. So it's everywhere. And no, I don't believe it's just man-made climate change. I think that's ridiculous. But
what about cloud seeding and weather modification and manipulation?
Oh, they're doing that for certain, and that's having all sorts of problems. So, I mean, what happened just recently? Didn't China several months ago do some of that, and the winds shifted and caused all the flooding in Pakistan? Oops.
There's a lot of
that happened.
There's a lot of data coming in. They're still analyzing, but there's a good portion of the scientific community that believes that China's weather modification attempts at the science are what's affected California over the past 30, 60 days.
Yeah,
I don't know how much truth there is to that, but
well,
I mean, we're looking at this is fifth generation warfare. Everything from cyber to weather to the ecliptic, everything. They want to control the oceans. They want to control the weather. They want to control cyber. They want to control it all and shut us down. And they're doing a good job of it. Something that needs to be addressed and something that we need to all be paying attention to is our local railway. Our local rail. If you live close to railroad tracks or you go past railroad tracks every day or you're around a rail yard, if you live near one or work near one, pay attention. Look for anything that doesn't look right. If it looks like a threat, call it in. I mean, that's all you can do. Doesn't mean the feds give a fuck or going to do anything about it. They'll probably just laugh at you and hang up. But observe it, document it, gather intel, pay attention. We're having way too many trains running off the tracks, and like Monkey was showing everybody, they're doing a massive East Coast and Midwest survey of railways, running aircraft over, doing aerial survey of the railways right now in this country. He thinks it's because they're trying to get their logistics together for mobilization of the military. I think it's more than that. I'm not going to really go into that right now because I need more information before I kind of touch on that any more than I already have. But pay attention to the rail, pay attention to your local transformers and, you know, any kind of infrastructure in your area. Pay attention. When you drive past it, be observant. Situational awareness. Pay attention to things. Keep an eye on your communities. There's damn sure some nefarious shit going on, and I would be really quick to point at the illegal immigration flood that's occurred in this country and it being organized, and certain aspects of the legal immigration coming here has been instructed, trained, and organized to go out and attack our infrastructure physically for what our enemies overseas can't touch, except by cyber. And there has been a major increase in cyber warfare, cyber activity over the last 90 days. It's gotten to the point where I'm surprised the internet's even working right now. So, yeah, pay attention. That's all I can say about that. You got anything else, brother?
No, not particularly. Just as you said, just pay attention and come up with your game plan. Get ready. Things are going to happen very quickly.
Yeah, they already are. So we got about an hour and 40 minutes into this, so I'm going to shut it down. Really, on the security front, the only two real important issues I wanted to cover were don't show up in the cities and don't attend any protests, because that would be stupid. For your own safety and security, don't do it. And I'm going to tell you guys right now that not everybody out there that works for the government or an agency is a bad guy. They're not. Most of them are good people, the guys that work on the ground. This is a leadership problem. But until the guys on the ground decide to go to their leadership and put them out of service and put them out of business, there's no stopping what's coming.
Yeah.
So,
otherwise, on a more personal note, and you probably know this, my son Cody is going to be moving out of Reno out to here the middle of May. So he's decided to get far away from California. Maybe he's listened to me too much. I don't know.
No, that's a good thing. I'm glad he's making that move. It's a smart move. He's probably seeing the crazy shit going on and going, it wasn't like this 10 years ago.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
I'm sure he's seeing his own friends at work and, you know, in his personal time. I'm sure he's seeing them go fucking sideways and acting weird. It's probably making an impression on him. Like, time to get away from these fucks.
Well, people just need to disconnect. I don't think people's brains are designed to be constantly barraged 24/7 by news and social media and, you know, electromagnetic radiation off of a cell phone next to your brain. And God knows all the radiation's coming off the sun right now, I'm sure, is having a major effect on people's moods and psyche. Yeah, it's an interesting time. Anyway, that's it.
Yep. When do you think you're going to be able to make a quick trip up here to do, I don't know, whatever?
Oh, sometime in the summer. It's still snowing down here.
Yeah, it snowed here today too. So
it's like, Jesus
Christmas. It's snowing up here far beyond when it stops down there. So
yeah.
All right, well, we'll keep in touch and we'll figure that out.
Yep, sounds good. I hope to do that. It's just a drive up here. It's not too far. So
no, I'm not that far away from you. All right, brother. Well, let's touch
night.
base later, and everybody just be safe, be smart, and be vigilant, and don't lose your faith in God, whatever God that may be. Put your faith in something greater than yourself. But listen to the word of God and understand that He's not going to come down here and wipe your ass for you. You got to get out there and take 10 steps, and He'll take 30 more for you. God expects us to take action and do the right thing and do it with honor. All right, brother, I'm out. Let's shut her down.
Trumpets out too. Have a good night.
God bless.